Because on this day.
In 1952, Pat McDonald, American musician, songwriter, and so they're Timbuck 3, but there's only 2 of them. He and his wife.
I don't get it.
Should be Timbuck 2 because there's 2 of them.
Yeah.
But they're Timbuck 3.
I wonder why.
Maybe it was already taken.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Copyright infringement.
We are Timbuck 2. They're already okay. We're Timbuck 3. That happens when you're signing your kids up for soccer, and they get to pick their number. You know, it's on their jersey.
They shouldn't get to pick.
Well, but it causes problems.
Does it?
Well, sure, because I've always been number.
Everybody wants 00.
I've always been number this.
Hold it. Are we officially?
Oh, yeah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
I've always been number 10. Well,
you're not now.
Yeah, because so-and-so was here first, and he has number 10. Well, then I want to be number 14. No, because it's a thing. Well, my dad's number when he played was always this. Well, somebody...
How about, here's a hat with all of the numbers in it. You pick one out of this hat.
This would work, yes.
Oh, I got 69.
No.
Nice. You know?
No, so again, nobody would think of it, but that's the number you don't put in the hat. I mean, don't put 69 in the hat. You know what the kids will do. Somebody said, I wish I could remember exactly the phrase, but somebody told me their age the other day. Said, yeah, I'm 69. And then made this dirty joke kind of reference to the number 69.
Kind of, I know what you're thinking when I tell you I'm...
Yeah, which I wasn't,
Like trying to beat you to the punch for the joke.
I'm 69, it's the blah, blah, blah of birthdays or numbers or... The what? What? Do you say that to everybody? If your bishop asked you how old you were, would you say that? People are weird. I don't automatically think.
That's not the first thing that comes to mind?
No. I think of it as a number, and then I think back to my youth when I was a little more agile.
God.
All humans are vermin in the eyes of Morbo.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Absolutely. I was just reading that article you tweeted
Congratulations,
yesterday.
you guys. You hit an all-time low today.
About shark attacks.
About encounters.
Yeah. Well, they're saying, well, they're not real. Sharks get a bad rap, and part of the reason is that this vicious attack.
Yes.
So let's change that to shark encounters.
Larry Vaughn is all for this.
Yeah.
He is.
But I, so I was thinking, well, attack. If you are, what about a panic attack? Does that give a bad?
We call it a panic encounter,
or a panic incident, or if a gallbladder attack. Well, I've had a gallbladder incident.
What about a heart attack?
Yeah, again, it's not an attack.
They get a bad rep.
The word. We should just get rid of the word attack. It's too negative. Which you're having a heart your incident. I'm having a heart incident right now.
A cardiac incident?
Yeah.
Well, that's what Bob Odenkirk had.
Yeah, no, he had a heart attack.
He had a small heart incident.
It was an incident.
Yeah.
An incident sounds like he ran into trouble on the street.
It does?
An incident. It doesn't sound like something that happens inside of your body.
Well, okay. I was going to try and tie this into 69 somehow, but I...
No, Bill, you don't think of it that way.
Well, I do now.
Now it's all you can think about, isn't it?
I do now because Carrie brought it up. I got 69.
Listen, you know how I feel about the tyranny of soccer, youth soccer. I mean, I should specify the tyranny of youth soccer. I just think that's just another layer of the tyranny and stupidity in the youth soccer situation.
It's the number situation. So if you did put all the numbers in a hat, if you were a smart organization, you would take the number 69 out of there because the kids would boo. But they wouldn't because they don't think of those. They don't think in that way. they don't have the soccer officials, I'm guessing, would not think of 69 as anything.
Coaches
but
never.
To be
Coaches
fair-
would never think that,
To
right?
be fair, the numbers usually don't go up that high.
Oh, really?
You're.
Do they put the number 13 in there? Would they put the number 13 in there?
Sure.
Oh, it's bad luck.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
That's bad luck. I don't want the number 13. That's bad luck. Why is that bad luck, son? Well, I don't know. It just is.
I heard it somewhere.
Yeah. Is there a 13th floor in a hotel? No,
No.
that proves it. Are there any other numbers that would be negative that you would want to leave out?
14.
That's
Why 14?
That's Mohammed's number.
Why 14?
Isn't that the 14 words? The white supremacists
I
have the
don't
14
know.
words?
I don't know.
Is it
Now
14?
you're
Oh,
gonna
I
make-
kind of vaguely know what you're
Yeah.
referring to, but I don't know for sure. I can't think of any other. But there are, people have. You'd want to leave 7 out.
Why?
Well, because it's a lucky number.
So it's not fair?
Yeah, it's not fair. He got 7. I got 69.
That's not fair.
That's not fair. Well, in some circles, it's more than fair, and in some circles, you would say if you get the number 67 or 69, you're very lucky.
Katie, did you pick your number? Katie picked 13 when she played soccer.
She picked it.
That makes total sense. Of course you did.
Because you took the power away
Yeah.
from that. All right?
Yeah.
Halfback passes to the center. Back to the wing. Back to the center.
Yes.
Center holds it. Holds it. Holds it.
Halfback passes to center. Back to wing. Back to center. Center holds it. Holds it. Holds it.
There you go.
Exactly.
That's it. That's how the world looks at things differently.
Exactly.
I still
you
don't.
should always watch soccer with
I still don't get it.
enthusiastic.
I
What?
still don't get it. Watching soccer, I
You
don't
need to
get
watch it with somebody that can explain it to you.
Well, I sort of know what's going on. It just doesn't make any sense to me that you can play for 90 minutes and then not have a score, and then somebody gets a kick and you kick it in and they win. It's ridiculous.
There's precision. There's seriously. You should watch it with somebody
I think soccer is one of those kind of sports. Is just on any day, any team can win.
you should. Maybe
Well, doesn't that make it a little more interesting?
you
then?
should watch soccer with our attorney. You and Ed should Saturday afternoon sometime
Yeah, but then,
watch.
I'd have to help him feed the dogs, and I really don't want to do that.
But I bet Ed could explain it to you in a way that you would appreciate it. No?
I suppose there is it's true. I'm not steeped in the sport,
Yeah.
but it just seems kind of dumb to me a lot of times. Holds it. Yeah. Anyway, what else is going on today? Are we
don't
doing
know.
anything?
No.
Oh, Angela Dunn's going to be on the show today.
She is.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll be calling in.
And I'm excited for that.
Oh, and I
was
see on the schedule an ice cream eating contest.
That's very
coming up.
exciting.
I'm excited about that.
Well,
I'll tell you,
there is
eat my dust. I'm telling you.
No,
I'm-
we're not having an ice cream eating contest here in the studio.
Oh.
But boy, did they have a big ice cream eating contest down in Utah County.
Oh boy,
Woo!
they know how to party down there.
Woo!
Yeah.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
All right, let's get going.
Okay, then we will officially begin the program coming up in just a couple of minutes. We need to take a break here and do some business, and then we'll come back with your check-ins. Anything that you would like to talk about, you may. You just check in and say hi, give us a little shout-out, give us a hi, a little bit of love, a little bit of what you're doing today. Maybe you have a quick question. Whatever it is, just check in with the Radio from Hell show by calling 877-602-9696.
Hey there, you
Here's your list. All right. This is, you got the intro there? You want to do that? Or
Yeah. Let me just give me a second. It's
It's a list of 34 cereals that are no longer on the shelves.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if you want to ask, it'll tell you the years that it was available. I'm not going to give that for everyone, and the manufacturer and a description of the taste. Okay, there's Vanilla Crunch.
Yes, I remember this.
You remember that?
That sounds good.
It was delicious.
So it was birthday cake flavored Captain Crunch balls, essentially. Pink Panther Flakes.
I remember those. It was also a good cereal. Good prizes in that one too.
Fruit Brute.
Yes, delicious. Actually, of the monster cereals, probably the best one.
Was it like Fruity Pebbles?
Fruit flavored cereal pieces with lime flavored marshmallows.
Yeah,
Moonstones.
I remember those.
That's from the Ralston Purina Company. Yeah.
As I recall,
Donkey
it was just a crunchy golden cereal, as I recall.
Let's see. Fruit flavored. No, it says fruit flavored. Oh. Space shaped cereal of stars, half moons, and planets.
Okay, yeah.
Donkey Kong Crunch.
I remember that. Yes.
Strawberry honeycomb. That's sort of. That's you know what that is because I think they still have honeycombs. Pac-Man cereal.
Yes.
Smurf Berry Crunch.
Had that.
They
Yes.
don't have Smurf Berry Crunch anymore?
Mr. T cereal. Remember that?
Delicious. Yes.
I remember this one.
Golden shaped letter T's.
Yeah. I think I have a box of this in my drawer at work. C3POs.
Also delicious. Very good cereal. It was like little eights put together that were golden and sweet.
Honey sweet oat wheat corn cereal. It said basically like Lucky Charms without the marshmallows. Ghostbuster cereal.
Yes.
Nerds cereal.
Too sweet for me.
Rainbow Bright cereal.
Did not have that one.
Spider-Man cereal.
Had that. Yes. Delicious.
Yummy Mummy.
Yummy Fruity Mummy. Yes.
Smurf Magic Berries.
What made the magic?
I want to know what were the berries. What?
They're magic.
Morning Funnies. Ever heard of that one?
Don't know that one.
1988 to 1989. Didn't last very long. It was a fruit-flavored cereal shaped like goofy faces in a box covered with comics.
No.
Oh, yeah, the comics from the newspaper on the box. Oh, okay, yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts cereal.
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cereal.
Yes.
Which they tasted like turtle. Batman cereal.
Remember Batman cereal? Yes, a golden
Breakfast
sweet
with Barbie.
Did not see that one.
That was a multigrain fruit-flavored cereal in shape of hearts, bows, cars, stars, and the letter B from 1989 into the early 90s. Bill and Ted's Excellent Cereal.
I never had that. I should have had that.
Tiny Toon Adventures cereal.
Vaguely remember that.
Cinnamon Mini Buns.
I remember those.
The Addams Family cereal.
That was actually a good cereal.
That's it. No, not according to this. It says spooky-shaped cereal with a memorable lack of flavor.
No, it had cinnamon in it, as I recall.
Lack of flavor.
I remember eating it. I thought it was delicious.
Well, that's. I mean, you may have liked it, and that's WWF Superstars.
Don't remember that one.
Vanilla-flavored star-shaped cereal. Jurassic Park Lost World Crunch.
Don't remember that one either.
Reptar Crunch. Whatever.
Reptar?
Reptar.
Reptar is the cartoon character from the Rugrats cartoon. Reptar was like their Godzilla, yes.
That was a Post cereal. Homer's Cinnamon Donut cereal.
I remember this. It was yummy.
Bart's Peanut Butter Chocolate Crunch.
Don't remember that one.
Monopoly cereal.
Don't remember that.
Who wants to eat
Fiber.
Monopoly cereal?
People who love the game Monopoly. Fiber Plus Berry Yogurt Crunch.
Ugh.
No.
Cupcake Pebbles.
Don't remember
And
that
Sesame Street C is for cereal.
C is for cereal.
Don't
That's
remember
good
that one
enough for me.
There were so many left out there.
Well,
you had Vanilla Crunch at the beginning, which is a Captain Crunch related cereal. But there was Jean Lafitte's Cinnamon Crunch. That was a Captain Crunch cereal. Jean Lafitte being the pirate bad guy in the cartoons of Captain Crunch, and he got his own cereal. It was delicious.
Yeah, it says here that there are many others, but some of them, they were just like limited releases for movies. You know, they didn't. A lot of these they intended them to go on, and then they didn't. Because why couldn't you have a Batman cereal even today? I mean,
exactly. C-3POs were delicious too.
I bought a real cereal yesterday.
What?
Grape nuts.
That's
post grape nuts.
Are you going to eat that on the air? Because it's really noisy when you eat the grape nuts on the air.
I don't know.
Buy
Maybe
you a quieter cereal.
If I had not known that it bothered you so much, I wouldn't have done it. But now,
softer cereal, oatmeal. How about oatmeal?
I'll eat some mush,
some cream of wheat,
some muesli,
some malto meal.
Yeah.
Chocolate flavor malto meal.
I don't intend on eating the grape nuts on the air because if you kind of suck in a little bit and one of them gets lodged in your throat, it's a disaster.
It'll do it.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio.
Are you ready?
It's 6:20. Let's get this over with.
All right. We'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I see that people are just flocking to the request lines. There's nobody's called.
Well,
they can be on the radio. Your voice could be on the radio mere moments from now. Why isn't that enough?
I don't think that's a big draw.
It should be.
But I mean, just
can that happen on a podcast?
Just call and say hi and tell us what's going on with you today. Maybe you have a little bit of blurb of something you wanted to convey to us.
Can that happen on the TV? No.
No.
Can that happen on the internet?
Yep.
No.
So give us a call, 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show, and we'll go to that if you call right after we do this.
X96 is proud to welcome back Craft Lake City DIY Festival, sponsored by Harmon's, August 13th through the 15th at the Utah State Fair Park, featuring Rit Momney. You can win tickets by going to x96.com and entering to win there.
The moon is just about gone. It's a waning crescent, only 4.5% of full.
Fine, moon, get out of here. Who needs you? Not me.
The moon will, it'll be back, don't worry. The moon will set today at 7:55 p.m. Today being Friday, it's the 6th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And it is 5 weeks, 33 days now, that we've been back in the studio since doing the shows from our home for over a year. So here we are for the time being.
For now.
Yes, it's, by the way, it's National Fresh Breath Day.
Oh, nice.
And National Wiggle Your Toes Day.
Ooh, I'm doing it right now.
Wiggle your toes. Air them out. Get your pinkies out and air them out. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio. It's Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer. And we have helping out today, I'm not sure, is it both Miriam?
I see Miriam. I believe Skip is in the back, yes?
Yep. All right. And we thank him for that. And now, without further ado, we go to your check-ins.
Well, let's begin with Valerie. Hello, Valerie.
Morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi.
So I'm just checking in. You know, I remember so earlier in the week you guys were talking about first concerts that you went to. So this is a little bit cringy, but my first concert, I was like 10 years old. I went with my older brother, and it was, I don't even know if I should say it, Barry Manilow.
Well,
don't be embarrassed for that.
What impression did that leave on you?
Oh, you know what? Because of the era I grew up in, it was like, I don't know. I have all these fond memories of that kind of music.
That's okay. Don't be embarrassed.
So
by that.
what was wrong with your brother? What's wrong with your what's wrong with your brother that he
You know
wanted
what?
to go
It
to
was
that?
totally normal back then, okay? Just like the village people thing.
Hey, we had no
Totally
idea.
normal.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
I would not be ashamed of this. I would own it.
I would. I'd be just say my brother made me go. I knew I shouldn't. But
Oh, no. I was totally excited.
Yeah.
I was totally excited to go. It was a big concert. It was up at the event center, you know. It's all big.
Oh, that in Ogden, that makes it even better.
I know.
All right, Valerie. Thanks for checking in.
All right, you guys have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Thank you, Valerie.
Bye.
Let's go to, looks like Teague.
Is that your name, Teague?
Yeah, that's my name. It's spelled differently because it's easier to do it that way. But yeah, that's me.
Huh?
How do you spell your name?
Teige, like beige.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you
So
say
it's-
Teague, so people don't say Tage, right?
So it should be Tage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your
Like
parents
beige.
were messing with you, weren't they?
All right, Teague.
Why did they name you that, Teague?
That's parents liked it. It looked good. I actually called a couple of years ago with that and was saying something about that with like, I wish it would have been spelled easier, so
Mm-hmm. Okay.
it would
Anyway.
be easier
Yeah.
to communicate.
Sure.
but-
All right. Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. So it says here, new good news. What does that mean?
Just started a new job recently
Oh,
that
good.
could potentially become like a career move
Oh,
for
that'd
me.
be great.
What doing what?
Working in a big distribution center that for Kroger.
Cool. Well done,
Yeah.
Teague.
So,
And then I heard you say, but what could be a whole new career for me, but is there what is
well, I mean, it's only the first week. We'll see, but I'm liking it so far. It's
Okay.
paying me pretty damn well.
Good.
And, yeah.
Things are looking up for Teague.
So-
you get to drive
Yeah.
a heister? You get to drive a forklift?
And not any of those. Just a big pallet jack that
Oh yeah.
is, one of those big things, build
Yeah.
pallets and stuff.
Yeah, those are cool. All right. Well, Teague,
Yeah.
I'm glad you found something that may be a career for you, and thanks for still listening to this show.
All right. Well,
Thank you,
thank
Teague.
you guys.
Thank
and
you.
Good luck.
Yeah, and get all the people in the warehouse to listen too.
I'll do my best.
Thanks,
Okay.
Teague.
See ya.
Thanks.
All right. And we'll finish with Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. Happy Friday. How
Happy
you doing?
Friday.
Thank you. We're fine, great, just peachy.
Well, I'm just calling to check in because you guys sounded desperate, and I'm on my way to a custody hearing, actually. But that's about all I have to report.
Oh, but
Fun.
now wait a minute.
I got court.
So you got? Are you seeking custody? Or are you?
Or are you fighting it?
Or what's going on?
No, I won't be seeking or fighting it. I'll be winning it, guys.
Oh, you're the attorney.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
Well, you sound
good luck.
positive
Early
and
wake up.
confident, and I think you've got this.
And this is an in-person court hearing.
No, it's all WebEx these days for custody stuff.
Oh, okay.
So you just have to go to a certain location and then you do it virtually. Well,
Correct, yeah.
I hope you win this for whoever your client is. Good luck.
Me too, now that I talked it up. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah.
Gosh, I better.
See you later.
Sounded awful confident.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have to call back next week and say, I didn't win that custody thing.
I thought my my argument about cutting the child in half would have
No,
worked.
yeah, but no, they didn't go for that.
No.
Looking on the UDOT camera, everything looking pretty good now. I-15 Clearfield on the way to Hillfield is looking good. Murray, Draper, everything's moving well. If you're somewhere where things aren't moving well, you can text us and let us know. Just make sure it's safe for you to do that. 33986.
Okay, we will take a break. We'll be back. Big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. Stand by.
I have a list that I saw this morning that I thought Gina might find interesting.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that you, precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually.
Intellectual.
You know, like one of you's
Why
really
did you
smart.
want me to have that?
Like one of you's really smart, and one of you's not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
You
my
have to
wife
explain
and
this
I.
to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to.
Okay. Well, the list should explain it. Okay. But if you have any questions,
okay.
feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor, and
Yes.
you didn't finish college.
He's a
Why
scientist.
does that always have to come up? Why is that
Because it's true. So
I mean,
here's.
There's
I
lots
feel
of
like
things
I
that are
feel-
true.
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
Okay.
All right.
All
So-
right. What's the list?
Here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It has to do with
All right.
intellectual abilities.
All right, that's different.
Number 1, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
Of
course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it.
Okay.
Number 2, when you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you have a
Joey's on
food
the phone
mistress
a
that
lot.
you go at. Or you have a food mistress that you go someplace with.
It's true.
Number 3. People who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number 4, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
How do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered, or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't understand that one.
So
really.
If you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you
you couldn't
maybe
possibly
what you
handle
should,
this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
Given your small thinking, what I would, So that's your list of 5 things.
Thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. Like dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo.
All right.
the end of the world every day.
That's right. Is it exhilarating?
No,
No, it's terrible.
not in the slightest.
It's terrible.
Oh, you got to have the right attitude for the news.
I guess.
Apparently.
I guess.
All right. Big boy news and opinioendo now. Brought to you by.
Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service, selection of vehicles. See their selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
You know, we're supposed to be on camera, and I was earlier, and now I'm off again. I think that's just for the best. For some reason at x96.com/live, the camera that is pointed at me, it's on me for a second, and then I think it goes, no, that's enough of that, and shuts itself off.
Nobody needs that.
Nobody needs to see that, and shuts itself off. So you can see Carrie and Gina and Katie, and I'm a bee in the corner. If you go to x96.com/live. Yeah, see, look, Carrie, you look great. You're creeping me out now.
Why?
My stare.
Because he was doing his stare. He was staring, and it was. Yeah, I mean, you look really good there for a second, but then you kept doing it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Stop.
Anyway, I'm the bee up there, and that's fine. We'll just leave it that way. The creators of the South Park.
Yes.
And the Book of Mormon musical.
Trey Parker and Matt Stone.
They did not need more money.
No.
They have all the money.
They now have $900 million more
Holy
monies.
cow.
They
For
signed. They signed a deal with Viacom CBS. They'll have to do something for it. They will. It's one of the richest deals in TV history. They will use the money to make new episodes of South Park for Viacom Comedy Central. Have they not been doing new ones recently?
No, they've been doing. They've slowed down because of COVID, and so they were doing specials where they recorded their individual bits at their homes and things. But this does not affect the Comedy Central series.
Yeah, so
this is on top of.
They're going to do so that will just continue. Make sure that they continue the South Park. And then they will create several spin-off movies for the company's Paramount Plus streaming service.
Huh.
Their first project under the new deal will be a movie set in the world of South Park that will debut sometime before the end of this year.
Now, this is good news.
Okay.
Because earlier in the week, and I forgot to bring it to you, Matt and Trey announced that they wanted to buy Casa Bonita.
What is Casa Bonita?
Now, it's a very famous episode of South Park where Cartman wants to have his birthday at this Mexican restaurant called Casa Bonita.
Okay.
And inside Casa Bonita, it's they have the cliff divers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's based on a real place.
Yeah.
And Matt and Trey, when they were kids, they would go there.
It was in Denver.
It was in Colorado, yeah.
It was, as a matter of fact, it was Larry Miller went there and loved it so much he tried to do it out there at
the Mayan.
Well,
the Mayan.
The place had not been, kept up, and the food was getting bad and all that. So they said, "Well, we're just going to buy it, and we're going to make it go good.
Yeah.
Make it work the way it's supposed to."
So they did, or they are going to.
Well, surely they can do it now.
Well,
they have the money.
They could have before.
Yeah.
It's it's interesting to me. So Larry Miller, same thing. He went to that place, Casa Bonita, and loved it so much. He built the Mayan out there, and I get why couldn't that work?
It did for a while.
But why couldn't it still work? I went there a couple of times. The food was not great, but it was kind of fun watching the people do the diving and the.
Oh, and apparently there are Casa Bonitas everywhere. Sue said that she would go to the one in Tulsa when she was a kid.
Oh, really?
So they're around. So maybe Matt and Trey are buying the whole chain.
Maybe.
That would be fun.
In a sign of humble graciousness, that reflects why he was the center of a well-received fan campaign to become the next permanent host of Jeopardy. LeVar Burton has responded to reports that the honor of succeeding Alex Trebek will most likely go to Jeopardy executive producer Mike Richards, who is the frontrunner for the job. On Thursday, Burton tweeted out a message to fans thanking him for their overwhelming support and expressing his happiness with the entire experience, even if he probably will not become the new host of Jeopardy. And I had made some comments about seeing LeVar Burton do his guest hosting, and he wasn't particularly good. But, one thing that came through the whole thing was what a nice guy he was. I mean, he was just too nervous as he was trying to host it, but he was also just a nice, decent guy, which I think. And if he had been given the chance to host Jeopardy, I think he would calm down and he.
No, I think you ruined it for him, Bill. I think you were giving him bad reviews, and they heard Bill Allred's reviews, and they were going to give him the job, and then they changed.
Really,
their mind.
Is that your true opinion, Gina, or are you just trying to be funny, huh? Because I don't find it very funny.
See?
Now, Dr. Anthony Fauci. If America's current COVID-19 surge continues unabated into the fall and winter, the country will likely face an even more deadly strain. It'll make the Delta variant look like chump change.
Because if we don't tamp this down, it will keep mutating.
A new strain that will evade the current coronavirus vaccines. This is according to Dr. Anthony Fauci, who, is just in this for the money. Why it matters. Dr. Fauci's comments underscore the importance of acting quickly to vaccinate the tens of millions of Americans who have not been inoculated against the virus. The current surge in coronavirus cases nationwide is being driven by the Delta variant, which is already more contagious than the original strain of the virus. The big picture, as the virus continues to spread due to insufficient vaccination rates, it is being given ample time to mutate into a more dangerous new variant this fall, Fauci said. Quite frankly, we're lucky that the vaccines that we have now do very well against the variants, particularly against severe illness, Fauci said, emphasizing that this might not be the case with a new variant of coronavirus. If another one comes along that has an equally high capability of transmitting, but also is much more severe, then we could really be in trouble, he said.
Yep.
That's when you start seeing the bodies piling up in the streets. He didn't say that. I said that. The bodies start piling up in the streets because there's just not enough room for them anywhere in the morgues or the hospitals. COVID-19 cases among children, U.S. children and teens, jumped 84% in a week.
Kids are fine. We don't need to protect them. It doesn't affect the kids.
I heard those asses on who are filling in or trying to replace Rush Limbaugh say that very thing yesterday.
Bill, our city council is saying that. Our Utah County?
No, our city council is not saying that. County council.
Or county council.
County council.
City council is a bunch of liberals, Gina.
Yeah. Legislature.
County council.
Yeah. The group, 72,000 children and teens caught COVID-19 last week, a substantial increase. Here in Utah, 13-year-old boy gravely ill after contracting COVID. Ryan and Ashley Shoup's world came to a standstill when their son became gravely ill. The Shoups say that they got the virus just after vaccines became available, and although Ashley had mild symptoms, relatively mild symptoms, 13-year-old Trevor, their healthy kid, came down with a 105-degree fever 1 month later. Trevor's doctors didn't believe the illness was related to COVID-19, but Ryan and Ashley took him to the emergency room due to breathing issues that their son was having. He was taken by helicopter to an ICU and at Primary Children's Hospital, and doctors tried to stabilize him. He is in bad shape, gravely ill. Now, he is starting to recover, apparently, but it's been rough, and it's been. His parents thought they were going to lose him, but it looks like he's going to pull through. 7 more Utahns had. This is August 5th data. 7 more Utahns dying from COVID. New cases topping 1,000.
But mask mandates, let's not have that. We don't need that.
But here's a story that's really upsetting to me. Extreme drought has led to a shortage of hay.
Oh.
And so that's going to have an impact on your grocery store prices. So if you're like me and you shop for hay at the grocery store, it's going to cost you a lot more. That's what I take from that story. that hay is going.
that's
It
not-
says hay is going to impact
it's
your
what-
grocery store prices.
It's what eats hay, Bill. That's what the things,
I
the
eat
things,
hay.
The things that eat hay.
That's why I go to the grocery. I eat hay. I mean, scarcity of hay is driving up prices, and that means ranchers are culling their herds. And when it says culling, that's a nice way of saying they're killing a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Culling their herds to cut back on feeding costs. Fewer cows would mean costs of meat will go up. But where was this? I saw it. Hiram, Utah, I think up north in Cache County. I don't have it right in front of me. I don't have all the details. But if you get your COVID vaccine, they'll give you 5 pounds of hamburger.
Great. Whatever it takes.
I think it's fine, 5 pounds of hamburger,
There you go.
bet. Let's get the shot. But I think things are just great around the world. 3 remote Alaska volcanoes are in various states of eruption, one of them producing lava, the other 2 blowing steam and ash.
Are you going out of your way to find horrible news?
I don't have to go out of my way.
Just open up.
I can look at
right
the
there.
fires in California, the fires in Oregon. I don't have to go out of my way to find horrible stories. I won't do that one. How about this? This is odd. Now I heard. I was listening to Penn Jillette's podcast, and they were talking about this. Somebody had a list of names on their door.
Okay.
Handwritten, a big list of names.
Okay.
And they referred to this as a list of people who are not welcome in my house.
We should all do that.
Now,
Great idea.
now they didn't know where it came from. As it turns out, it came from Utah.
Oh.
And I don't have many details about it. Maybe somebody out there knows more about it. But there was a thread on Reddit, and this started with a guy saying, "This is my jerk neighbor who's put this list of people who are not welcome on his house." And the very first name on the list is Penn Jillette, so that's why they were
There you go.
they were talking about it. And then Teller, and it's handwritten, and it's page after page and they're taped on his door with duct tape. Elizabeth Banks is on there twice.
Twice?
Yes,
Oh, he
apparently
really hates her.
can't stand her. But their names I don't recognize. President Biden, not welcome.
Okay.
Megyn Kelly, not
Okay.
welcome. It's Bradley Pitt.
Bradley, get in
Well,
here.
I think you need to start calling him Bradley.
Bradley Pitt, not welcome.
When you do the celebrity news. I know Brill Pim is an old favorite, but Bradley Pitt is hilarious.
Now I keep looking through the names, hoping against hope that our names are on there somewhere.
No.
I haven't found them yet. Now I haven't. Bruce Willis, not
Bruce
welcome.
Willis.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson, not. I'm just reading these randomly. Kevin Bacon, not welcome.
Oh,
No.
come on. Everybody likes Kevin Bacon.
Now, I don't know. To me, it's unclear that these are people who are not welcome at his house because...
Does it say at the top?
It doesn't.
It just is
It's
a
just
list.
names.
Yeah, it's just names, but apparently...
Well, you should have a title. Yeah, you should
Apparently the neighbor thinks that that's what it is. Or maybe he knows that's what it is. Ben Affleck, ? Matt Damon, ? So there are some that are like, well, maybe if they're nice, they could come in.
If they bring me cake, I'll let them in.
Terry Crews, not welcome. Beyonce, nope, can't come in. This is just the oddest thing I've seen in a long time. I wish I knew more about it, other than it's a great list of names. And let's see, finally this. The Cheesecake Factory has plans to start a loyalty program. I think they're going to do it by weight.
Jeez.
I think there's going to be, as
Show
you
how
gain pounds,
that shows how loyal you are.
So you have to be a certain amount of weight and a poundage, and then if you continue to gain weight, you get certain privileges at the Cheesecake Factory. I don't know.
You will pledge your loyalty to the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah.
I've never finished a meal at the Cheesecake Factory.
Show us your loyalty. Show us.
What?
Throw yourself.
That delicious gourmet food?
Throw yourself onto this patty melt.
It is always enough for at least 3 people, whatever.
I wouldn't. I have been to the Cheesecake Factory once.
I've been with you.
Well, if you're going to count,
the Grand Lux
the
Cafe?
Grand Lux, that's twice.
Yeah.
Because I didn't stay the other time. We were all there. It was, I think, in Denver. We were there for the convention, and I bought our producer and his girlfriend dinner. But oh no, we went to I did go to another one. So, and I ate with them in Chicago.
The fact of the matter is, Herr Allred, you have not pledged loyalty to the Cheesecake Factory.
Well, and I wouldn't, because I didn't find the food that compelling. I didn't eat all of it either, but it's because it wasn't that good. Okay, that's
all right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Brought to you by, for a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or AC diagnostic service for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. Hesitant BYU football coaches appear to get vaccinated ahead of the 2021 season.
Appear?
Well, they did.
It seems some hesitant BYU football coaches have started to get vaccinated against COVID-19. Position coach Preston Hadley and graduate assistant Kyle Griffiths appeared to get their vaccine shots together on Wednesday and shared their experience on respective Instagram accounts. Both men appeared to be hesitant, with each stating that it was something that, quote, Brother Brigham made them do. I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
That means that BYU strongly suggested that they do it.
Now, there is currently no vaccination mandate for coaches or players at BYU, but
it's on the way.
But here's what's happening, and maybe this is the thing that's finally going to get us over the hump of vaccinations, is they're worried that once the football season starts, they're not going to be allowed to play in certain places because different colleges and different states and different airlines and all this stuff are starting to have their own vaccine mandates, and they're like, okay, so we'll just get, I don't want to get vaccinated, but I will.
I'll do it for the game, not for the nation.
but maybe some of that will
I don't
help.
care why they do it.
Yeah, exactly. Weather, smoky today, high of 84. Actually, it's 84 right now. This is as warm as it's going to get today.
Wow. Will it get smokier?
It will get smokier.
Okay.
Let's see, traffic is pretty...
You just go out of your way to find bad things to say in the weather?
It is what it is. I can't make it be something it's not. I'll give you good news in traffic. There's no accidents right now to tell you about, and nobody has sent this in, sent anything in via text. If you do see something and it's safe for you to text us, you can, 33986.
All right. Thank you very much.
So my sailor son, Festus, is home for a visit. He actually might stop by this morning sometime.
Oh, yeah?
After he drops his wife off at work.
What is this might?
Well, he said he'll come in.
So he will?
Yeah. I don't know what time, after he drops her off. So last night, we went out to dinner.
Cheesecake Factory?
No. And it's...
Olive Garden?
No.
Here is your menu for the Cheesecake Factory. There you go.
And it was me and Joe and Jonesy and Muhammad and Festus and his wife Amanda. And the waiter comes to the table and he says, "Oh, get your drink order first." And he looks at my daughter-in-law and says, what will you be having? And she ordered something, an alcoholic cocktail of some sort.
Oh, she's a drinker, huh?
And he said, "Great. Can I see your ID?" She said, "Sure." She pulled it out. And then he looked at Festus and he said, "Will you be drinking tonight?" And he said, "Yes, I'll have a Kieran beer." And he said, "Okay, I need to see your ID." Okay, and he showed it. And then I'm next. So I'm reaching into my purse because it's clear to me that
they're enforcing the
ID thing. Yeah. And I reach into my purse and I pull it out and I turn to hand it to him and he said, "No, that's okay."
"That's okay, ma'am." "Ma'am." "That's okay, ma'am." Wow.
And everyone at the table went, "Oh."
"No, that's okay, ma'am."
And he said, "I'm sorry. No, I just, obviously," he said, obviously you're the mom.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
So and he said, if your son, if he's 21, then obviously you're old enough because you're clearly the mom.
What I'm taking from this is you guys put this poor innocent server in an untenable position and embarrassed him because he meant nothing by that.
He really did. He felt horrible.
Yeah.
But and I said, and the whole rest of the meal, every time he came to the table, he's like, "I'm so sorry." I'm like, "Really?
Yeah.
It's
so
fine."
you ruined his evening.
I said, it's a good thing this happened to me and not somebody else because I think it's funny. I think there are people who would have been really upset about. Oh no! Put that away, ma'am. I don't need to see.
You either ID everybody or nobody.
Yes.
You know.
He probably did something to your food.
No, he was like, "Oh, can I get you a free dessert? Can I do that?" I feel bad that he felt horrible, but there's also a tiny bit of, well, just come on.
Gina, nobody needs to see your ID in terms of age.
Don't people still sometimes need to see your ID?
They ask for it every time I go to the liquor store.
They never say, well, yeah, they have to do it at the liquor store.
But in restaurants, no, they don't. There would be no point in that. There would be no point in asking. Because my reputation precedes me.
Oh, that's Bill.
Yeah, no.
Bill's been drinking for decades. Yeah. We don't need to look at his ID.
You know what he's going to do, don't you, if we ask?
It was fine. I felt bad that he felt so bad about it. I'm just really sorry.
But the only reason he felt bad about it is because everybody at the table went, "Oh," and made him feel bad about it.
He's like, "Well, okay, no, I didn't know."
It should have been, "No, that's okay. I don't need to see your ID." Well, thank you.
But everybody had the
That's
same.
so nice of you.
Everybody had the same reaction.
He could have easily said, "I can tell this entire table is a bunch of law-abiding citizens."
Exactly.
He was just he was not being mean.
I don't think he was being mean.
But you guys all made him feel bad.
We all had the same reaction at the same time.
I know, because you're all cut out of the same cloth.
Oh, we do have an accident now. Crash southbound I-215 west at 200 north in Salt Lake. It is off to the right shoulder, but that's the only one. Let's see if we can keep it that way. Friends of the program actually letting us know about that same accident as well. They sent that in via text at 33986. Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. We got round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. The ice cream eating contest that you need to hear about.
Yeah, I think this ice cream eating contest.
This is.
I think we should just read through the story line by line, let you hear it all, and we'll make comments on it. It's kind of unbelievable.
Yeah. Best questions coming up. So if you have a question, go ahead and email it to us right now. Pull your phone out and do it.
Yeah, actually, the ones we have, I am not satisfied with.
We need better ones.
We need a best. We don't need better ones, Carrie. We need the best question.
All right. So in the subject line, put best question and send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. Have another drink with Jimmy, the wine guy, coming up, and Dr. Angela Dunn, all on the way today. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
Various conspiracy.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
That's expensive. That's
I was going to say, I'll put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my favorite.
And
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and dropped off some toys, but
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about...
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
chainsaw guy. But actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well,
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified.
That's when
I went, oh, well.
You didn't like his advice, and then you looked into it. And,
yeah.
But
I said, where
because he thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
Where did you learn this stuff? I said, did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and says, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how about Cuba going?"
Is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's terrible, by the way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy, if you're listening. We have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard he was doing
like the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of
Chainsaw Guy podcast.
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So a Chainsaw Guy, I just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
we could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No, I want him in here. I need to see him. I
don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
His overalls are always kind of dirty,
and he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes,
there's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to.
Well, I'll
make
good on. If I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him Carrie says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the...
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, hey, hey, hey,
Yeah.
And so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the Universal Life
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy?
Uh-huh.
Well,
it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
And
then you can have all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, can you come over right now? And I said, no.
Okay, 7:05 right now.
Well,
this is
Gina found this in the Deseret News yesterday, and did you send that picture to Katie?
I'm doing it now.
Katie, we need to get
there
this.
it is.
Here it
Oh,
is.
you have it. Okay.
Now, if you go to x96.com/live, what you'll see there is on the far right, that silver-haired, white-haired guy, that's Glenn Beck. And then the person in the tricorn hat is our Senator Mike Lee. And I've got to say, he looks kind of cute. I don't generally like the way Mike Lee looks at all. But in the tricorn hat, he looks kind of cute. Now, here's the story. And I think we'll just read through this as it was written in the Deseret News by one of their fine reporters. So maybe he wasn't feeling well, or maybe the thought of 13 hefty scoops of super premium ice cream settling in his stomach, topped with nuts, whipped cream, and sauce, and piled into a stainless steel replica of the Liberty Bell.
Oh, boy.
Caused Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes to take a pass. My physician just called, Reyes joked, stepping away from the table at Brooker's Founding Flavors ice cream in Harriman, where 6 of the foot-tall sundaes sat. My physician says it's a game-time injury. See, Sean Reyes.
There's a lot of this in this story, by the way. There's
Jesus.
a lot of
Scattered boos and playful jeers erupted, while the 5 other contestants in this June eating contest, a who's who of Tea Party-era conservatives, picked up their spoons and awaited their signal. On one side of the table, longtime radio host, conservative wacko Glenn Beck.
It doesn't say what you editorialized.
Oh, excuse me, I shouldn't do that. I don't need to editorialize here, really, do I?
It's good enough.
Yeah, longtime radio host Glenn Beck sat next to U.S. Senator Mike Lee. Across the table were Jake Bequette, a Super Bowl champion with the New England Patriots. Not a player I know.
Yeah.
And he's also a Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate in Arkansas. Eric Dowdle, Utah painter, known for his patriotic art. Kevin Franke, a BYU professor whose family runs the popular YouTube channel 8 Passengers. Don't have any idea.
No idea.
And each one of them wore a red Brooker's Founding Fathers T-shirt and tricorn hat. Their goal? To complete the ice cream in half an hour. A debut of the Liberty Bell Monument Sunday Eating Challenge. To win, overambitious eaters must down all 13 scoops plus toppings spilling out of an upside-down, forged-to-scale Liberty Bell replica.
Everything in this,
God.
every detail
is crazy.
Complete with the famous crack and all.
Forged to scale.
Each bell, imported from Florida, costs over $3,000. If customers beat the fastest time, the ice cream is free. This is
Okay, Mr. Beck, we won't charge you.
This is a challenge. If you go down to Brooker's in Harriman and say I want to take the challenge, you can.
I won't be.
I don't know how much. I don't know how much it costs you to take the challenge. Maybe it's mentioned here. Gina, maybe you could look up Brooker's and see if it's
okay.
I won't be going
now. Let's see. The ice cream. This is kind of a big deal," said Brian Brooker, the store's founder. He said, "There's nothing like this in the country or the world." Okay.
There are no eating contests anywhere.
But to Mr. Brooker, who wore a complete Revolutionary War-style costume to the event.
Oh, terrific.
The steel objet d'art, the bell, the Liberty Bell, takes a backseat to its contents. The best ice cream, scientifically, you can get.
Science. Oh, now they believe in science. Okay, all right.
Now, I do have to say the ice cream looks delicious. Mm-hmm. It's 17% butter fat, which is really creamy.
Yeah.
And a frozen custard technique in production, very thick. Brooker's favorite of these ice creams that he makes is George Washington's indispensable flavor.
So they're all founding father named.
That one's a chocolate base with peanut butter cups, But the contestants' troughs included scoops of James Madison's Constitutional Crunch, Alexander Hamilton's Not Throwing Away My Scoop. You know, I'm not going to give up my shot.
And again, this is not an Onion story.
No. And Patrick Henry's Give Me Chocolate or Give Me Death, among others. The highlight to Sean Reyes, though, may not have been the ice cream, but the message, which he says is, it's great to have a small business dedicated to educating people about the Constitution and our great history.
I learned through ice cream.
He said this on the Rod Arquette show moments after the competition. And sure, we've made some mistakes in our history, but all these new philosophies that want to say America is irredeemable and rotten to the core,
Nobody says
not
that.
at all.
Nobody is saying that.
These new philosophies have become top target for conservatives in recent months. Last summer, Senator Lee said there was, quote, an all-out war on the founding of our country by the elite liberal media, as evidenced by movements to take down statues and memorials of U.S. historical figures. You know, like racist Civil War generals.
That's
traitors,
who we're taking down.
Traitors to the Union.
Yeah, that's all.
Americans. In a Deseret News op-ed last month, Lee claimed that critical race theory is seeping into our foundational institutions and attacking what it means to be an American. And Glenn Beck, despite purging the word evil from his lexicon while attempting to heal the America he divided.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Wow.
No, he said that.
He did that.
Yeah,
huh?
Glenn Beck said, I've divided America. I should stop calling people evil. But he now calls some liberal ideologies a special brand of evil.
He's back to evil.
Yeah, he's back.
But it's a special brand.
Yeah.
It's 17% butterfat. That's the special brand.
Last month, his conservative political action conference speech focused on lessons from the Founding Fathers and critiqued those on the political left as ignorant of our nation's founding. Do not moralize and tell me what our founders believe when the left does not even know our founding documents.
Believe me, they know them better than you.
They don't know these men.
Quick, we're running out of time, and you haven't even got to Donny Osmond yet.
Oh, yeah. Okay, perhaps eating ice cream named after the founders may not combat evil ideas, but it's an enjoyable distraction. Reyes, after announcing his game-time injury, passed the microphone to singer David Osmond, Donny Osmond's nephew, who served as the event's MC. So it wasn't even Donny.
Oh, it was David Osmond.
It was David Osmond.
Donny, okay.
Here's what David Osmond said. Here's someone who wants to be here but chickened out. And he held up Mr. Brooker's iPhone. Is this Tim Ballard? Now, Tim Ballard is the founder of Operation Underground Railroad, an organization which is dedicated to saving children from sex trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
So David Osmond said, he's busy saving children. We're doing real work here, Tim. We're eating ice cream. Okay.
It goes on and on.
On your mark.
Because that's how you save America. Not by trying to fix the voting that some Republicans are taking away. It's ice cream eating contest. That's how you prove you're an American.
This is, at one point, Senator Lee looked up from his mass of ice cream and humorously noted, not everything that is unhealthy is against the word of wisdom.
See, I'm one of you. We're in the same club.
Yeah. Let's see. After eating their half an hour, the competitors weighed their Liberty Bells one at a time, hoping theirs would be the lowest. I feel like this and I lose, I'm going to be really unhappy, Beck said.
I just tweeted a copy of the article so you can see the picture and read the whole thing because we didn't even get to the
well, Sean Means has a question about the chocolate ice cream served there. Does it have 3/5 the calories?
Ho!
Boom.
There's a lesson. That's pretty obscure.
There's a lesson from your founding fathers there. Okay.
I can't imagine anything that can make me more happy than a constitutional-themed ice cream parlor, Lee said.
Okay. I'll be staying away. It'll be...
Oh, geez.
It's not just chocolate or vanilla.
Yeah.
It's patriotic chocolate and vanilla.
Well, hopefully it'll go the same way as Freedom Land in Lehigh.
Crash southbound I-215 west at 200 north in Salt Lake. It is off to the right shoulder, and that's the only accident I'm seeing, so that's the good news. If you see something that's not good news and need to share it with friends of the program, Make sure it's safe for you to do that. Text it to us, 33986. This summer, downtown Salt Lake's Main Street will be closed to cars and open to pedestrians Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays from noon on. Restaurants, bars, and shops will extend their service onto sidewalks with music and art each night. Learn more at downtownslc.org/open streets.
All right.
You guys just are so negative. You don't know how to have any fun. They were just having fun there. You don't care about our founding fathers, you don't know how to have fun.
No, but we can get all of these politicians to rally for that instead of the right thing.
You guys are just so negative. They were just having a little fun. What's wrong with that?
Round one of your boners. We're late.
Round one of the boners coming up. Here are what they are. Number one, someone needed to take a second look at those cheer uniforms. Boner candidate number two, I forgot that stuff was in there. And number three, get your off-a-call card before it's too late.
Yay.
Boners round one, big boy news, all coming up. Manscaped.com, that is the website. You need to go there and take a look at the Performance Package 4.0. All right? Mm-hmm. Because here's what you're going to get in all of this. It comes with the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, the Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, the Crop Preserver deodorant, the Crop Reviver toner, and they're going to throw in with it for free performance boxer briefs and a travel bag to hold the whole kit.
That travel bag is really nice.
It is really nice, isn't it? The Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer. This thing is amazing. It's fourth generation trimmer, features cutting edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents thanks to the advanced skin safe technology. The Lawnmower 4.0 has a 7,000 RPM motor and a multifunction on-off switch so you can engage a travel lock. It's got a 4,000K LED spotlight on it, so, for the hard-to-reach places. Mm-hmm. And it's not just for down there. You can use it wherever you have hair.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Sure.
But what you need to do is go to manscaped.com, and you'll get 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com.
It's Beth's question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10-year-old I had with her, of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's, so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human, other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as... And dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm. We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and he'd be, because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. he would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
and then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we'd put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Aww.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Aww.
That's mine.
Okay, it is 7:23. Let's just get to it. Round 1 of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. I say possibly because round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again. We get 3 more candidates, get a winner there. We take both of our winners, 1 from each round. We'll put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So right now, advance one of these 3 from this round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Someone really needed to take a second look at the cheer uniforms Now, I hope we have a picture of this at x96.com/live.
Yes, we do. There it is.
All right.
This was done on purpose.
This is Orem High School's cheerleading uniforms this year.
Jeez.
And what they've done, I'll try to describe it to you, is so it's Orem High School.
You can see it at x96.com/live.
They have a gigantic O for Orem, obviously, and then to the left of that is an H, and to the right of that is an S, smaller. So it essentially says hose.
Hose. This was done on purpose.
As in pimps and hose.
I'm telling you, this was done on purpose.
By whom? Why would they do that?
Some prankster that designed the logo and went, I see what.
Let's see if I can sneak it by them.
Yes.
Because
see, I know people on yearbook when I was in high school, and all the stuff that they snuck in the yearbook. Oh yeah.
How did nobody? But it got to the point where it was made. This is a.
So somebody
exactly. They snuck it past them. Yeah.
Boner candidate number 1. You know, somebody really needed to take a second look at this.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2. I forgot that stuff was in there. Huntsville, North Carolina. Well, yeah, North Carolina man has been arrested after deputies said he attempted to enter the Mecklenburg County Courthouse with a gun and a bunch of ammo in his backpack.
They don't like that, do they?
Deputy G. Hilliard and T. Worley, those two deputies.
T. Worley.
Deputy Hilliard and Deputy Worley was assigned to the courthouse on Tuesday when the 35-year-old man entered. Now, Deputy Worley scanned the man's backpack using the X-ray scanner and found a gun inside the bag. And at that point, Deputy Worley seized that gun and placed the man under arrest. The gun has since been identified as a LWRC International Model SMG 45 pistol. In addition to the pistol, deputies found 27 rounds of ammunition. The man told the deputies he was coming to court with his wife.
Got court.
His wife had court. She got some kind of ticket or summons, and so he said, I'll go to court with you. And he forgot, that he had a deadly weapon and 47 rounds of ammunition in his backpack.
You know, like you do.
Oh, I forgot that stuff was in there. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Get your off-a-call card before it's too late.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Also a visual, by the way, which helps if you go to x96.com/live.
I don't think they leave the pictures up long enough when they show them on x96.com. So leave them up a little longer.
Talk to Miriam.
Leave them up during the story.
All right. But we got candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
An arrest has been announced in the hit-and-run death of Gone Girl actor Lisa Barnes, who died 2 months ago. Brian Boyd was arrested Thursday and charged with leaving the scene of an accident resulting in the death and failure to yield to a pedestrian. Ms. Barnes was hit by a scooter or motorcycle in early June while she was crossing the street on the way to her alma mater, the Juilliard School. She was taken to a hospital. She died on July 14th. She was 65. Barnes appeared in numerous TV shows, movies, including Gone Girl, Cocktail with Tom Cruise in '88. On television, she had roles in Nashville, Madam Secretary, Masters of Sex, and NCIS. So she was just a working actor and continually got work. A few details on the arrest were immediately announced. Police didn't say whether Boyd had an attorney and wouldn't comment on behalf. Also, the ACLU must release documentation proving Amber Heard donated her Johnny Depp divorce settlement money, a judge has ruled.
Because I bet she didn't.
So she said, I'm not going to keep the divorce settlement money. I'm going to give it to the ACLU. The 58-year-old actor, Mr. Depp, requested that his ex-wife has to prove that she donated her $7 million divorce settlement to the American Civil Liberties Union and to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, as was part of their initial divorce agreement. The ACLU now has to comply and provide documentation that Amber donated her share of the money. Mr. Depp is most gratified by the court's decision, said Johnny's lawyer, Benjamin Chu. Back in 2016, as part of their divorce settlement, Amber agreed to donate her $7 million to charity. In 2021, Amber had to respond to allegations that she actually did not donate the money and pocketed it instead. But since then, it's been accepted that she did. Well, I guess Johnny's saying I need more proof. CNN has fired 3 people for coming to the office unvaccinated.
Good.
The 3 staffers violated the company policy by coming to the office unvaccinated against COVID-19. CNN has a zero-tolerance policy for employees being unvaccinated in the office. In the past week, we have been made aware of 3 employees who are coming to the office unvaccinated. All 3 have been terminated. Let me be clear, said a company spokesperson, we have zero tolerance on this issue.
More of this, please.
Yes.
The network is one of several news organizations, including the Washington Post, the New York Times, Politico, that will require staffers to be vaccinated against COVID-19 as a condition of employment or if they want to come back to work in person. New Jersey governor, this is Governor Phil Murphy.
He's having none of it. And I love it.
He says staff members and students from kindergarten to 12th grade will be required to wear masks in New Jersey schools when the new year begins in a few weeks. The decision to require masks is an about-face from just a few weeks ago when Governor Murphy said that it would take a deterioration of COVID-19 data to require masks. Murphy's spokesperson, Mayan Gunnar, her name is Mayan Gunnar, confirmed that you think it's difficult to spell, it's difficult to pronounce, confirmed that the governor planned to announce the requirement. The state's figures, like many across the country, have been trending up in recent weeks. That's New Jersey. Governor Cox, Spencer Cox, here in Utah, well, there's a growing rift between the governor and the state legislature.
His hands are tied.
Governor Cox was clearly frustrated as he once implored Utahns to just please get vaccinated as new cases continued to rise in Utah. As you know, he said, the legislature decided last year they wanted to take a more active role in managing the pandemic. And that's absolutely their right, he said. The so-called pandemic endgame bill, passed by lawmakers on the final night of the 2021 session, lifted the statewide mask mandate in April. At that time, Cox said he had no choice but to go along with what the legislature said, since Republicans in the House and Senate would have a veto-proof majority. So he negotiated a more gradual lifting of restrictions.
Remember, they wanted to do it like in April, and he's like, can we have a couple months more at least? Yeah. But people are giving Governor Cox a hard time. I've given him a hard time because I just want him to come out a little bit stronger, like Asa Hutchinson did. He said, you know, we passed this law.
Who's Asa Hutchinson?
He's the governor of Arkansas.
Why don't you move there?
And he said, I was wrong to sign this into law because we passed this mask mandate thing. And Spencer Cox is right. He can't change it. The legislature has power over him, veto power over him. But I would like him to come out stronger about it.
But then you'd be giving in to the liberals.
So Gina, what you're advocating is you want jack-booted thugs at every school making sure the kids are wearing masks.
I don't think
if they don't, they beat them down.
I don't think you need jack-booted thugs. Most kids are fine with this. Do you know the kids that aren't fine with it? They live in houses with parents that are making a big deal of it. Kids that live with parents who put their mask on to go to the grocery store or whatever and go, this is no big deal, kids. We're going to the store and we wear a mask. Those kids are fine with it. The kids that aren't have horrible parents that are making it into a boogeyman it doesn't need to be.
I don't even know what a jackbooted thug is, by the way. I have no idea what that is.
Oh, my nieces, Sue went down to California to see him. My nieces, it's just what they do. It's just how
it's all in how you frame it. Yeah. These parents that are coming out saying, I care about my kids and parents' choice and they shouldn't have to wear masks at school. If they positioned it to their kids, just like so many other things you do with them, in a positive way, this isn't a big deal way. This is kind of fun, actually.
Do it in a positive. You're right. Do it in a positive. This is what I say. You see this? This is my fist. Knuckle sandwich if you don't put on the mask.
It's all in how you position it to them. Kids hear you. They listen to you talking to your friends.
Oh, yeah.
They listen to you bitching.
My kids don't ever pay any attention.
Well, you're the exception.
Yeah. They don't pay any attention.
They hear you.
My nieces have Disney masks, and they love it.
Sure, they
do.
They
love wearing them, you know?
In October, the Salt Palace Convention Center in downtown Salt Lake City would be the center for the far right-wing universe. The Western Conservative Action Network Conference is scheduled for October 23rd and 24th. The potential list of speakers, organizers have invited Donald Trump, Mike Lindell, the guy who invented the pillow.
Jesus.
Also, many, many, many others. I hope it happens. It'll be so exciting. Jim Caviezel might be there.
Jesus Caviezel?
Jesus Caviezel. And
the worst.
Herschel Walker. Oh, he's one of those too.
Oh, he's bad.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
He's bad.
Yeah, he's
coming to Utah.
Weather, traffic.
It's kind of weird that it's right now as warm as it's going to get today, and it's warm for this time of day. It's 84 for a high, and that's about it. More smoke though. That's unfortunately part of the forecast. Looks like through Sunday, looks like we might clear up a little bit by then, but tonight and Saturday, smoky and highs in the mid to upper 80s. Traffic, we have, let me refresh that because I thought I saw something new come through here. Crash being worked on I-215 West Belt, southbound on the right shoulder, just before the ramps to go to I-80. And let's see, getting busier around Point of the Mountain, but no accidents to report there, so that's good news. Looks like that's about it. So pretty good commute for you. If you see something that's not part of a good commute, you can text it to us. Only if it's safe for you to do that. 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Get your off-a-call card before it's too late. Former President Donald Trump has reportedly encouraged supporters in an email to help choose a design for a membership card meant to signal the holder's loyalty to Trump and his America First vision.
Loyalty to Trump card. Yeah. Your papers.
But people quickly, you have your Trump loyalty card with you?
I do not. No.
But quickly they noticed a few problems with the design. The word official was misspelled.
What a surprise.
It was spelled official. And another one featured an eagle logo that bears an uncanny resemblance. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see the logo bears an uncanny resemblance to the Nazi eagle emblem first used by the Nazi Party in 20s Germany. I don't think that was an accident.
I don't either.
I think that they
went,
that.
Let's get it as close as possible without being obvious.
We recently met with the president in his Florida office and showed him 4 designs. Originally, we're planning on releasing just one design, but when President Trump saw the cards on his desk, he said, "These are beautiful. We should let the American people decide." The American people always know the best.
Do they?
They always know the best. Boner candidate number 3. Get your official card before it's too late.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Somebody needed to take a second look at these cheer uniforms because Orem High School's cheerleader uniforms apparently say hose. They do say hose.
Is it Orem or Ogden?
It's Orem.
It is Orem.
I let them know that they need to change that.
All right.
Who put some...
We had it in wrong, apparently.
We got it.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 2. I forgot that stuff was in there. The guy who went to court with his wife because she had court, and he forgot that he had 47 rounds of ammo and a handgun
about court
in his backpack. And boner candidate number 3, Get your off-a-call card before it's too late.
Okay, here you go. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. Because round 2 is coming up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. And we take both winners and put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now, pick one of these 3 from this round 1 to send forward as champion. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She will take your voice votes at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting August 6, 2021, and vote there. All right? Refresh your browser if you don't see that box, okay? It'll show up, and then you can vote online. Easy. You have less than 300 seconds. Let's go. This is round 1.
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. It's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an...
Did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store?
Yeah, it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where Big Pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was I'm no longer employed. Yeah. And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
What is
implementation.
integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And Basically, it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for a major company.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support. So
If anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do like big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay. And Raul down on the border, send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were running
big
around
fat,
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well, thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
.46, and it is time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Tofu.
And Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge. Layton, new name, same great service and selection of vehicles. See the selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Okay, boner candidate number one. Somebody needed to take a second look at those cheer uniforms. Orem High School. It's, they decided they'd put a big O there and then an H and an S to either side so that the cheer uniforms say that's hose.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Not good.
Boner candidate number two, and I want to thank whoever that was that sent me that via Twitter.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number two, I forgot that stuff was in there. North Carolina man going to court with his wife. He forgets the ammo in his backpack and a gun. And boner candidate number three, get your off-a-call card before it's too late. Trump is urging supporters to buy his wonderful membership cards. It could be your papers. People ask you who you're for. What you're doing, you just show them your Trump card. It's really stupid. The word official, they've left out the final I there, so it says official. And that, my friends, is the winner.
That's the boner?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Boner is round one winner.
Yes.
Coming up round two at 8:20. We'll do this again. We'll get another winner there. And then we'll take both winners and put them against each other. And you'll decide boner of the day for today at 9:20 this morning.
Okay.
All right. Coming up on the program, of course, Jimmy the Wine Guy is here. He'll be here at 8 o'clock.
He's out there. Right now, he's outside the studio letting the wine breathe.
So that's coming up.
That never happens in your house, does it, Bill?
Dr. Angela Dunn coming up. And Wayne Coyne from Flaming Lips.
Yes.
I hesitate to promise because it's a rock star.
I'm going to have brunch with Wayne Coyne from Flaming Lips later on today.
Yes. But Wayne Coyne coming up at 9:30. So, yeah. But right now it is time for Best Question, brought to you by?
Brought to you by Injured in an Accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
I saw a lot of new Best Questions coming in when we said earlier we would like to get some more. But I have no idea what we're going to do.
Well, so it's best question. What's your question? Is it the best one? We'll figure that out if you email us radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. Oh, Bill, I think you'll be able to answer both of these off the top of your head.
Okay.
First one comes from Gabrielle. Oh, we were talking ice cream earlier. We were talking to Mike Lee and Glenn Beck eating ice cream. Well, what's your favorite ice cream? Flavors, toppings, a local place that has your favorite ice cream.
Boy, I don't eat much ice cream anymore. I always used to love going to Snellgrove's when they had the ice cream parlors. I enjoyed that quite a bit.
I thought you were going to say far better ice cream.
Far better ice cream I used to go to when I lived in Ogden. And that's still there, I believe. You can go, and we used to go there fairly often, and just you'd order cones. But when it comes to ice cream that I eat, I mean, I guess I like Ben & Jerry's quite a bit from store ice cream. Yeah, if I'm going to go buy some ice cream at the store, I probably would look mainly at the Ben & Jerry's.
Are you cup or cone?
I like them both, but really, the cup is more practical.
But here's what you do.
Well, you put the cone in the cup, right?
Well, yeah.
Upside down. I like that.
Or where you get both.
Yeah.
So you've thought about this, clearly.
Carrie, I know you get the fancy ice cream delivered to your house.
Sometimes, yeah. There's this gooey cake flavor from Jenny's Ice Cream that is just absolutely amazing. But if I'm going to, if I'm at the grocery store, it's Americone Dream. Ben & Jerry's. There's a lot of good local ice creams.
Yeah,
there
what's
really
the
is.
Woman who
Normal.
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 That's
good ice cream.
That is very good ice cream. I know
They're in
she
Trolley Square.
had a place in Trolley Square. She also has a store downtown somewhere.
Although, let me say this about ice cream. And we talked about this last night, Sue and I. Sprinkles are the glitter of the culinary world.
Yeah.
Sprinkles are stupid.
No sprinkles.
It's just a waste. It's
only for looks. Now, Jimmy's, on the other hand. Give me a chocolate Jimmy.
Now, Cold Stone is good. Also, the Iceberg for shakes. You go to the Iceberg for shakes. I haven't had one of those in a long time. I just like ice cream. Even bad ice cream.
Everybody likes
even bad ice cream.
You
is still
scream
ice cream.
We all scream for ice cream.
Even those cheap ice cream novelties that you see in the freezer case.
I had one
I'll
the other
take
day.
one,
I had a drumstick.
Oh, I love the drumstick.
Yeah. And I had an ice cream sandwich this week. A Fat Boy.
The root beer float creamies are really good.
Do they still have Nutty Buddies?
Yeah.
Love those. Love those.
I used to have a guy who was a friend of mine who was pretty crazy.
Do you guys want another question?
Sure.
This is...
or we could just sit here in silence for a while.
This is, what's your guys' least favorite healthcare routine? Is it the dentist, optometrist, gastroenterologist? I'd love to know what you guys can't stand and why. Thanks for letting me listen. Rest in peace, Barbecue Bill.
I don't know. I don't have any... They're all equally unpleasant in their own way.
In their own way, yeah.
I don't discriminate. I mean, I mostly don't mind going to the dentist.
I don't either, but we have a good dentist.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Dr. Carroll is enjoyable to go visit.
Yeah.
Even when he has to work on you, it's not painful usually. He's very good.
I used to be very anti-dentist, anti-doctor, all of that, and would fight it and neglect it and all of it. But then I one day realized, no, you got to do this. And if there's pain, but you've got to get through this. You have to do this.
Frankly, I enjoy a good colonoscopy.
But that being said, that's one of the worst things that I have had done recently. That was a couple of years.
Colonoscopy?
3 years ago. The colonoscopy part wasn't, it was a breeze. Not a problem.
It's pleasant.
It's the getting ready for it.
It takes a whole day before.
That's the procedure.
I haven't had one for a while. I probably should. Haven't they whittled that down a little bit? It's not as bad as it used to be.
It was. You had to
You
drink
still have to drink the stuff.
a gallon of that stuff, and you still have to.
Well,
you spend most of your time on the toilet.
Yeah, but what's the harm in that? I mean, you get a lot of reading done, and
I used to be an anti-dentite. People are pointing that out, but no.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind going to the dentist.
You just lean back, close your eyes.
I've been spending plenty of time getting my eyes worked on lately. Got the cataracts.
Is that like right now? Can you see clearly? Like, is it that
pretty much
that quickly that you start?
Pretty much.
feeling-
It messes with your vision a little bit for a couple of days, but not horrible.
Your eye learns.
It's not horrible. It's not like the LASIK. They do LASIK and it's like you see immediately. You sit up from the table and go, oh,
that's what it's like to see.
Look at that.
I can see.
Yeah. The very early days of LASIK, it wasn't like that. No, I had the first LASIK procedure I had. It wasn't with hoops. It was at one of the early providers.
It was like when it first arrived.
Yeah, and I had to wear these two big cages over my eyes for a couple of days.
Yes.
Now you don't have to do that.
Not so much.
See, that's how that works. Yeah. Why are you guys so political? You guys
The
only
show's so political.
talk about politics.
Well, I like a good colonoscopy, and I like when I'm cleaning myself out to think about politics.
Email radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. Crash southbound Bangor Highway 2450 South in West Valley. The two left lanes are blocked there. That's the only accident being reported, though. Unless you see one that needs reporting, you can report it. Just make sure it's safe to text 33986. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Okay, we will take a break. We will be back. Have another drink with Jimmy, the wine guy, coming up, talking about wine. The wine that he dropped off on our porches yesterday. Yeah, it's delicious. We'll talk about that coming up. And round two of your boners on the way. Dr. Angela Dunn and Wayne Coyne from Flaming Lips, all coming up.
So you guys have bidets, right?
Mm-hmm. I have experienced a bidet. I do not have one in my house.
So I have one in my house, and I've come to prefer it. And I mean, there are 3 toilets in the house. Only one of them has a bidet, and I really prefer it. And when I was having my spine surgery, one of the physical therapy people or something said, "Now the first thing I'm going to recommend is I hope you have a bidet at home, because it'll be difficult to clean yourself up." And I said, "Well, I do." But I wonder if you've experienced this, Carrie.
Yes.
And maybe you, Gina. It takes you a while to trust the bidet. To trust that it has done its work as it should have.
Yes.
Don't you have, I mean, shouldn't you check to make sure all is well?
Well, particularly if you have a bidet which has a dryer on it.
Hold it. Before we go any further, let me...
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Okay, go ahead.
So, particularly if it has a dryer, which cleans you and then it dries you off.
Yes.
Do you trust it?
Yeah.
So for a while, I was not quite sure if I trusted, so I would check.
Yeah.
But I've gotten to the point where
you just assume everything's been taken care of.
Pretty damn sure.
Wow,
Oh,
you're
I
braver.
never
You're
got
braver
there.
than me.
Yeah,
I haven't had a problem. I have not had a problem.
I have not developed that much trust yet.
So that I don't have to use toilet paper at all.
Well, I'm using less toilet paper. But
Yeah. I was in the honeymoon phase.
There's all trust there. You're willing to try anything in that phase.
Yeah. But now that the bidet and I are an old married couple, I know it's doing its job and it's got my back.
I don't need to check,
so to speak. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I could. Although I don't live with one. Maybe if I lived with one, I would get there. But in the times I have experienced them, I'm like, well, that was nice and everything, but I'm just going to make sure.
I think you have to get to the point where you trust it, or what's the point? What's the point of even having a relationship with a bidet if you can't trust it 100%? I say stick with your old toilet and your old toilet paper then.
Well, again, it's a trust issue.
Yeah, exactly. I trust my bidet.
Okay.
Trust it
I'm happy for the two of you. That's.
I know how to position I know how to position myself, and it knows where to squirt.
Okay, in any good relationship, that's the case. So.
And see, and that's the thing is that I trust but confirm.
Yep. Trust but verify.
I trust but verify.
Yeah, no, Carrie, I'm gonna challenge you over the next little while.
I would be spending that next few hours afterward just
are you sure it wasn't
uneasy?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, but this is the perfect time because you're not going anywhere. So later on in the day, when it comes time to change your clothes, you'll know.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that kind of trust, I'm afraid.
I'm glad it's working out for you, though. That's
it's a wonderful relationship.
Not many things have gone your way lately, and I'm glad this is one that is going your way.
And besides, I can't really verify.
Oh,
you know,
if you wanted to?
Immediately afterwards.
I see. Well, so it's sort of you were forced into trust.
Well, I'd gotten to the point where I trusted it before that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did you make today? Did you make poo-poos? Any poo-poos? That's poison in the body, you know.
They're going to put us on a stamp for sure.
Reminding him to make when he waits too long and gets plugged up. What is that? What are you doing? It's a signal for poo-poos. You got to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Don't make her do the signal, Mom. She has to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Now this hand is the potty, beckoning the poo-poos, and in they go. Huh? She's not doing it.
Right.
She's not doing it.
If we're having poop chat.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
I don't want to be in Stockholm. I don't want to be Stockholm syndromed into enjoying a toilet. Someone texted.
Well, it's better than resenting it. It's better than.
No, I'm glad you've embraced it. This is good.
I wonder if anybody else has had that feeling of, you know, I've done this enough. I trust that bidet. It's done its work. I don't have to check. It's like your mother said, have you been eating that candy out of the candy jar? Let me see your hands. You know.
There's evidence.
It's 8 o'clock. Do we have the ticket? Because we were supposed to have the ticket thing there, but it didn't. It's probably my fault.
What?
No, it's not. No.
What?
We don't?
We don't.
We don't?
So move along.
Okay, all right.
This brought to you by Banshee Winery, making some of the best wine in California has to offer, but priced so everyone can enjoy.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
It's Have Another Drink with Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy. He is the impresario of the Wine Academy of Utah. You can find all of that stuff that he does at wineacademyofutah.com. wineacademyofutah.com. Hi, Jimmy. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Doing well. Thanks.
Banshee Winery.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about this outfit.
You know, the Banshee Winery, they were founded in 2009 by a group of fellas over a napkin at a bar in San Francisco. And what better way to do that, right? And they intended to make wines that were the best of California, but at a price that you can afford. And there's nothing more noble than that. But how do you do that? Well, you do that by establishing strong relationships with the owners and growers of some of the best and most well-renowned wineries in Sonoma, Russian River, Napa Valley, the area in which you live.
So their idea was not to grow grapes themselves, but to buy grapes from other wine producers and then blend their own wine.
That's right, and they did a lot of specific single sourcing, whether it's their Chardonnay, their Pinot Noir, or today's features, the Sauvignon Blanc and the red blend called Mordecai.
Yeah, now I tried that last night.
I'm going to try it right now.
I tried a lot of it last night. And very good, and I immediately could tell that it was a blend.
Okay.
Just because it was sort of smooth and
big,
pleasant.
rich, smooth.
That's the thing is I don't the red wine and I don't get along usually, but this was good. This was perfect.
So what did they decide to blend into that?
So they blend in different varieties each year. So we can start with the red, the Banshee and Mordecai red blend. This one is a blend of Cabernet Sauvignon, Zinfandel, Malbec is the majority of the proportions. Then they got a little bit of Petit Syrah, a little Carignan, and another grape in there just as a small percent. And what they do there is they source. It's a matter of more of where they're really sourcing it, and they let this fruit a little bit of the long hang time, nice and ripe. And in your glass, I mean, this is just, as you all mentioned, it's big, rich, ripe, a little higher on the alcohol, 14.7%. This is an excellent backyard barbecue wine. Grilling items, as something as simple as a burger, all the way up to some of your roasted chicken with some nice herbs and seasonings on it to pair with the wine, like a red sauce on that, a barbecue sauce, or just some pulled pork, something of that nature.
Give me the bottle.
That's really good.
We'll have Gino hold it up so folks can see the label.
It was very good. It was good with tofu with goju sauce on it. It was very good.
The goju would go good.
Yeah.
I like this too. Mordecai, named after the Royal Tenenbaums falcon.
I thought it was the
Is that
personality
right?
out of the Hebrew Bible, but I was mistaken. And
that's funny.
These guys are great. They opened up a tasting room, and they made the tasting room an extension of their own family room. So you go in there. Usually tasting rooms are, polo shirt, emblem, people over a counter, and you have your spit buckets, and this is just like casual, and the couches. And you're going to love this. They have an exchange program for vinyl in there. So you come in with your vinyl records, and then you can exchange it out, and they're playing them in the tasting room. These guys are solid.
But you know what? I've seen these guys on TV. Then I know exactly who you're talking about. Oh, they are very cool. Yeah,
super cool guys. We have them here in Utah. The Mordecai the red blend is 22 bones in the store, $22.
Oh, it's very
affordable. And I believe it's on SPA because it was for $19.99 yesterday. And this week, so either the UDABC made an error or otherwise. So get out there fast and buy it.
So then tell us about the Sauvignon Blanc.
Sauvignon Blanc's really the wine. If there's ever a wine of the summer, it's Sauvignon Blanc.
Yes.
And Sauvignon Blanc, this is neat. Sauvignon Blanc can be made all over the world. New Zealand, it's this bell pepper, grassy hay style. In Sancerre, Puy-Fumé, you get a little bit more chalky, stony style. Man, when Sauvignon Blanc is out of California, we can just give it a little kiss of oak aging and the fruitiness. Now, when I say cut grass comes off of the nose on this, cut grass comes off the nose on this, and it's this beautiful light lemon, but on the palate it has a weightiness, and that's how they make the wine. They do a little barrel fermentation. They do a little kissing of oak, but there's no vanilla in there. There's no new oakiness in there. It's to add texture, and that's pretty cool. That's at the hand of the winemaker.
And again, Sue is not a Sauvignon Blanc drinker, but she had this one. She goes, it's a good one because it didn't overwhelm her with
Pretty
the
dry.
sweet.
Yeah, it's pretty dry.
It was not overwhelmingly sweet. It was light and refreshing, though.
Yep, and Sue, I remember that acid she's not a fan of because on the side of your tongue and acidity kind of creeps to the tip of your tongue, and that's the sensation of sweetness. And although, as Bill pointed out, this wine is bone dry, it still has a perception of great crisp acidity without being overwhelming.
Really good. That's $17.99 a bottle.
Yeah, $18.
Very affordable.
Yeah, it's screwed. Both are corks, no label foil around it, so both ready to go. And I even gave the Mordecai just a slight chill. I wasn't sure about that because of the oakiness, but I wanted to just see how it performed. And it really made it a very delicious, juicy red.
Yeah, we did that too.
All right, so what's going on with Wine Academy of Utah these days?
You know, we got a lot of fun stuff. Tonight I'll be at Lakai for a founders dinner promoting the upcoming Utah wine competition over Labor Day in Cedar City. This is a dinner. You can come there. You can get tickets through Lakai and or Eventbrite, as well as this Monday night at 3 Cups over Murray Holiday. We're continuing the local wine scene and tasting 3 different local wines at 3 Cups again, supporting the upcoming Utah wine competition.
What time is that? Because that's just down the street from me.
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
All right. 6 p.m. at Lakai, and then also 7 p.m. at 6 or 7 at 3 Cups. All the information you can get on the wineacademyutah.com or through Lakai for tonight's founders dinner.
And then the wine competition.
Yeah.
Is on Labor Day, right?
Yep, it's over Labor Day weekend, and
Cedar
we've
City.
expanded it in Cedar City. Friday night, I'll be doing a popcorn and wine pairing, Utah Spirits of the Wasatch that evening. And then Saturday is when the rubber hits the road. We'll probably be tasting over 70-plus wines. I sit on the judging panel for that.
I don't know how you do that.
A lot of sipping and spitting.
I was in a cheese judging contest last year, 2 years ago, and there must have been 50, 60 varieties of cheese. It gets to a point where you just go, I don't know.
But you'll be trying some meads down there, too,
and we'll be
right?
trying the meads, and we'll report back on the gold medal winners of the meads.
Of the meads.
Of the meads. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
All right.
I appreciate it. Cheers to you.
Jimmy Santangelo, thank you so much. Find all of that information and more, and how you could even learn how to become a wine a steward yourself, right?
That's
Sommelier.
right. Yeah, we certify in various levels of becoming a sommelier.
WineAcademyofUtah.com.
Make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Weber County, a vehicle on fire at Far West, southbound I-15 at SR 143. It's on the right shoulder. Bangor Highway crash southbound at 2450 South. 2 left lanes are blocked there. Also another crash on the West Belt southbound approaching I-80. Friend of the program says car accident 90th South after 7th West heading west. Lane is closed. Car is flipped over. Actually, a couple different friends of the program sending that one in. Thank you. You can do that anytime you like. Just make sure it's safe for you to text us at 33986.
All right, Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number 1, the mayor will call in the Ghostbusters. Boner candidate number 2, it's a respected wrestling move in Kazakhstan. And boner candidate number 3, he keeps peeing on my lawn.
Round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by. Now, this is something that Jimmy would be familiar with. The Park City Area Restaurants Association Savor the Cocktail Contest.
Yeah, through August 31st at participating bars and restaurants in Park City. This is a friendly competition that all of these folks, well, mostly friendly.
Mostly friendly.
Mostly friendly.
This is 15 different, to be exact, bars and restaurants. Now, you can go to the website and see all of the cocktails there, parkcityrestaurants.com, and you can vote there. But what they really want you to do is come into the restaurants and try some of these cocktails.
And then you get to vote, and you'll qualify to win a prize courtesy of this year's winning bar, High West. The mixologist with the most votes wins $500 cash, along with the recognition and bragging rights. They can lord it over the other bar keeps in Park City.
I don't think Jimmy's allowed to weigh in on this because he knows all the people involved, I would guess.
They're all delicious drinks, I'll tell you.
So go to parkcityrestaurants.com. It's the annual Savor the Cocktail Contest.
Concert.
See what I got here?
Well,
No,
it
'cause
keeps
you have
appearing
your-
and disappearing because of your filter.
Can't
If you
do
hold
it.
it up, yeah, there you go. Hold it in front of your face.
Is it a brain?
Gin-soaked raisins.
Oh, I thought it was a brain inside of a jar.
No, gin-soaked. So remember that story last week?
Mm-hmm.
105-year-old woman.
Yes.
She ate 9 gin-soaked raisins a day.
So this is your health plan? This is your.
I haven't tried them. And they specifically, they were golden raisins.
Of course.
So I bought some golden raisins, and I put them in this and then covered them with gin. They've swollen up quite a bit.
They're swole with gin.
I haven't dared try them, though.
Swole with gin.
So am I, as a matter of fact. If they...
I like that this is your new health plan. This is...
Smells ginny.
Mm-hmm.
Should I try one? Let me
You're
see.
frozen,
Your
though.
picture froze, but
yeah.
I'll have to take your word for it.
It says, looks... Oh, there, I'm back. So, let me just try one, see. No, you're not. I'm not back? Well, I'm back as far as I'm
There you
concerned.
are. Now you've frozen again.
Okay, let me just try one of these.
Okay.
Maybe this is the universe telling me, don't do it. One
gin-soaked raisin.
One gin-soaked raisin.
I wonder how she came to 9.
I don't know.
Do you think she experimented for a while, and she went all the way to 10 and went, nope, 10 is too many. The 9 is the right amount of gin-soaked.
It's pretty nasty, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's
even,
not.
Even with the sweet golden raisins?
Yeah. They aren't sweet anymore.
Yeah.
No, I just ate some of the raisins on my cereal yesterday, and they're quite sweet. But yeah, no, they're not sweet anymore.
I just Googled gin-soaked raisins.
Yeah.
There's all gin-soaked raisins for arthritis. Gin-soaked raisins recipe. Now, Bill, maybe there's a recipe. You didn't follow a recipe.
No, I just poured gin over them. Cheap gin.
Let me see.
Is there something you're supposed to be doing to them?
Let me see what the
besides
recipe
that?
is.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on.
Okay, I'm holding. Am I back?
Oh,
well, while Gina searches this, let me remind you, a quick reminder, that Red Roofing Ogden Homeless Drive ends today at 4. Giving all their stuff to Lantern House. You can drop donations at 2772 H Avenue in Ogden. Thank you, Roman.
Now, here's the recipe for gin-soaked raisins.
All right.
You need 2 cups golden raisins.
What? Okay.
1.5 cups gin.
Okay, to cover them.
Put raisins in jar or container and cover with gin. Let soak for 1 to 3 weeks.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
part of the problem.
You gotta let them sit longer.
Keep in a cool, dark place, then eat 9 a day. This recipe says have
I don't know.
9
I'm
a
having
day.
I'm having flashbacks of turmeric and pepper. You know.
I mean, yeah, probably. But Bill, I think you didn't let them soak long enough. I think you need to.
I just ate one. I'll leave them in the jar and leave them in the refrigerator here
Till next week.
Yeah.
Well, 1 to 3 weeks. Do we want to go longer?
That's
Probably
what it
want to
says.
go longer.
1 to 3 weeks.
Well, I won't. I'll wait till next Monday and try them again.
Okay.
And I like gin. Cheap gin. I like
There's
cheap
all.
gin.
What are gin-soaked raisins good for? How long does it take for gin-soaked raisins to work to cure arthritis?
Now, are you supposed to eat them or like put them in your ears or something?
Cure arthritis.
It's going
I
to
like
cure
the way
your
they put that.
arthritis,
I'm
too,
sure it
Bill.
will.
Cures it. Yeah. God, I hate the internet sometimes. Well,
What, Carrie? There's
of
all these.
most of the time, actually.
Do gin-soaked raisins really work?
No. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Carrie,
listen,
how do you know so
That was a
fast?
burp. That was a burp. is what
listen,
that was.
105-year-old woman. She's been doing it all her life.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe
That's all it takes.
That's yep.
Is one 105-year-old woman. That's
all it takes for me.
takes. I smoked a cigar every day of my life, said a 105-year-old woman. Yep, there you go. That's all it takes.
Mhm. Yep.
8:19. Everybody okay?
Oh, you
doing
bet.
all right?
Yeah.
Everything fine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Sure.
Just checking.
Oh, people have spied Festus.
Yes, Festus is here.
Oh.
He's
I
in
thought he
with
left.
Katie. No, he's in with. Maybe we can talk to him in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, but he's here. Yeah. So stick around. We've got boner fight coming up to determine who is boner of the day, but we can't do that until we do this. Round 2 of your boner qualification. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Make sure that it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate. So pick strategically here in round 2 so that come 9:20 we have a good boner fight. All right? So here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive...
Oh, they're huge. You could fit all kinds of things in the Radio
Several
from Hell
bottles
tote
of
bag.
wine.
Sure.
How many bottles
Several.
of Banshee wine could you fit in there?
In the Radio from Hell
Oh,
tote
God.
bag. It's
Case.
And it's sturdy, too.
You could fit a case in there.
Sure.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, remove it from the box. You know.
Yeah. All right, here's boner candidate number 1. The mayor will call in the Ghostbusters. This is... Okay, was this a case of paranormal activity?
No.
A mayor in Colombia baffled his social media followers, though. I don't think that's just a still.
That's just a still, and it's not very good. The video is available.
Yeah, it says, the mayor said, I wanted to share this video with you today, emphasizing that as mayor, I have the conviction that faith has insurmountable power. That's according to Jose Manuel Rios Morales, mayor of Armenia, Colombia. The mayor claimed that this spectral assault took place in his offices while guards were conducting their nightly patrols. In the grainy minute-long clip, the hapless officer can be seen strolling down the hallway before veering violently into a wall as if flung there by some supernatural activity, and then he's dragged all around on the ground. He appears to resist an invisible force which is tugging him along.
Well, what else would it be, Bill? You're making fun of it. What else could it be?
I'm not.
Because
I'm not.
The way he was walking made it look like he was being pulled when he fell, and then when he was trying to get up, he was tripping and falling all over himself.
Gary, I don't know why you don't want to believe facts.
Doing it very poorly.
However, the public need not fret. The halls of government are potentially haunted. Mayor Morales assures everyone that he has enlisted a special team of religious Ghostbusters to help exorcise the Phantom Menace. I want to give everyone a little peace of mind and let them know that in the company of the bishop and other religious leaders, we will bring God's blessing to every corner of this workplace, he said. Now, he's serious about this.
Oh, he's quite serious.
We asked for respect and union in prayer. We assure you that nothing can steal our peace and tranquility because we are protected by the hand of our Lord.
Wow.
I am, as your mayor, I am always in the hands of the Creator.
I don't know why you guys are doubting this. There's photographic evidence.
I'm not doubting it. Boner candidate number 1, I believe that the mayor believes this. The mayor will call in the Ghostbusters. Here's boner candidate number 2. This is a respected wrestling move in Kazakhstan. There are pictures of this. There's Olympic wrestling, and there is an Indian wrestler. His name is Daya, and he complained to a referee as he proceeded to move into the final round of wrestling. He was trailing 2-9 going into the final 3 minutes of his clash with Kazakhstan star Nurislam Sanayev. But
He's very good.
But, well, wait till you hear. He produced a remarkable comeback win to win the bout by pinning his rival down. Sanayev tried everything to escape, including biting.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
He bit Dahayev on his arm frantically, bit him hard enough to leave huge teeth marks
And
in his
nobody
bicep.
caught that? Nobody stopped the match?
Dahayev pushed through the pain to pull off a dramatic last-minute takedown to record one of his country's greatest ever Olympic moments. It appeared that the referee failed to spot the biting, even though Dahia complained to him. I think he kept going, he's biting me, he's biting me. He will now be up against reigning world champion Zagor Ugarev of Russia.
Is he a biter?
Yeah, but listen, if they're biting in Kazakhstan, they're biting and worse in Russia.
That's true.
Boner candidate number 2. It is a respected wrestling move in Kazakhstan. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. He keeps peeing on my lawn.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service, selection of vehicles. See selection online at youngchrysler.dodge.jeepram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Before Adam Driver was an Oscar-nominated actor, he was in the United States Marine Corps. So presumably he has experience with firearms, and that could prove handy if Quentin Tarantino ever makes a Rambo movie. While promoting the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood novel on which... So Tarantino has written a novel called Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It is not really directly related to the movie.
It is, but it isn't.
Sort of, there are some similarities, there are some elements, but it's more than that.
I have purchased it. I will let you know.
All right. And it's gotten pretty good reviews. Tarantino discussed wanting to adapt David Morrell's Vietnam War novel First Blood, which was the basis for Rambo, Sylvester Stallone. He said, I would stick closer to the book. If I just wanted to make a good movie that I knew would be good, I would take David Morrell's novel for First Blood and do the novel. Not the movie that was made of First Blood. I would do the novel,
now, what about...
Tarantino said. And he said I would have Kurt Russell play the sheriff and Adam Driver would play Rambo. He said, every time I read it, the dialogue is so fantastic in the David Morrell novel that you're reading it out loud. It would be so good. But now I just want to do more than that. But if I just wanted to make a really good movie and I knew it would be good, all I would have to do is follow that novel and it would be great.
But what about this whole thing that Quentin Tarantino only wants to make so many movies ever?
Well, he has said that his 10th movie would be his final movie.
That's what he said.
His next movie is his 10th movie.
That's what, yeah.
Adam Driver as John Rambo is intriguing, but it would be a letdown for Quentin Tarantino to bow out with an adaptation instead of an original idea. I don't know why that's necessarily so.
I'm an Adam Driver fan, so I would be on board.
You'd
with
watch
this.
this?
Sure.
I never paid much attention to Adam Driver, and then I forget what it was I saw him do. It was something on Saturday Night Live, or
when he did the Kylo Ren stuff on
maybe, and I don't
undercover boss thing.
That was funny.
I don't remember what it was, but I went, wait a minute.
He's really good.
This guy is really good.
He is.
First time I saw him was in that show Girls, and he intrigued and frightened me at the same time.
That's the thing about him.
Yeah.
Speaking of Cecily Strong, speaking of Saturday Night Live, Cecily Strong, she's been there 10 years now. And she's, been a staple. I mean, she handles anything that's thrown at her. She told New York Times that she's thinking, she's been there 9 years. She's thinking about coming back for 10 years. I guess it's her option.
Yeah.
She's been invited back, but...
Lauren said she's welcome back.
Well, I love
trying
everything
to
she
decide.
does.
Yeah, she's always been good. She says, I don't know, though. I mean, I don't want to just be hanging around like dead weight.
We'll know this month, because that's when all the negotiations start to go down, yeah.
Let's see. A Texas Republican who mocked mask wearing and vaccines has now died of COVID. H. Scott Apley, who, according to the Galveston News, was a member of the Galveston County Republican Party and the Dickinson City Council, was only 45 years old. In his last Facebook post, July 30th, Apley shared a Twitter post mocking COVID-19. In 6 months, we've gone from the vax ending this pandemic to you can still get COVID even if you're vaxxed. to you can pass COVID. You can pass COVID on to others even if vaxxed. If you still die of COVID even if vaxxed. To the unvaxxed, are killing the vaxxed. He's the Post read.
Again, it's not.
He was admitted to the hospital, and 2 days after that, he died.
Yeah.
He tested positive
He died
for COVID-19.
unnecessarily.
He didn't have to.
And if he was in local government, that means people listened to what he said, and
Yes.
maybe other people died because they said, well, my representative thinks this is ridiculous, so I'm not going to get vaccinated.
So I told you about this right-wing Palooza thing coming to Utah. $269 for a VIP ticket. Early bird tickets are only $129, so you want to get in on this.
Well.
Here's the list of confirmed guests.
All right. Here, let me get some theme music.
Dr. Simone Gold, anti-vaccine activist and leading proponent of hydroxychloroquine as a treatment for COVID-19.
Terrific.
She was inside the U.S. Capitol during the insurrection on January 6th.
An insurrectionist.
Also scheduled to speak, Tim Ballard, founder of Operation Underground Railroad, Sheriff Richard Mack, leader of the Constitutional Sheriff Movement, which encourages members to refuse to enforce laws they believe are unconstitutional.
They believe.
Local Republicans on the list include current GOP Secretary Olivia Dawn Horlacher, who was outside the U.S. Capitol as the insurrection took place on January 6th, and, of course, Phil Wright. So just to let there be no doubt that we live in Utah, people who drive through Logan Canyon are being warned that there's going to be a cattle drive August 9th through the 11th.
Can I come? I want to go.
Well, if you're in Logan Canyon, you may be stuck there for a while. Motorists should use extra caution because cattle will be moving in groups of 200 to 300 beginning at Temple Fork Road to the cattle guard below Twin Creeks. Be on the alert because there may be stray cattle during this big cattle drive. And you know the guy yesterday who was it was part of the boner voting. This 81-year-old man who had lived in a little cabin in where was that?
Minnesota, Michigan.
Oh, wait a minute. No, this is a different
Maine, an M state of some kind.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. This is a different
guy in a cabin?
A different story popped up. So it says, state investigation launched after cabin of just evicted hermit burns down.
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Well, but then the story that came with it, it was different. So I have to go. Here it is. New Hampshire State Fire Marshal's office said Thursday it has opened an investigation into a fire that destroyed the small cabin where the River Dave, they called him, has lived for 27 years. He was evicted for he didn't own the land, but he wasn't hurting anybody. He was just he was a squatter, but somebody burned down the cabin. Now, they're investigating the blaze. I doubt that they're going to find that it was
that it was an accident.
That it was some accident.
Yeah,
somebody burned the thing down.
I think so. Yeah.
Poor River Dave. Poor River Dave. And finally, this. Remind me to do the story next hour if we get a second. The Vagina Museum is looking for a new home, but Oreos.
Yes.
They have just opened their first ever Oreo Cafe.
Where?
In New Jersey. It is, but this gives hope that they might open one here.
You know, I have on my desk. I bought Oreos that were new for us to try at some point.
Oh, you got them with you?
What kind?
They're salted caramel Oreos.
Well, go get them right
sounds
now.
great.
What are you hanging on to those for? Get those Oreos in here. Anyway, the 3,000 square foot space opened yesterday at the Mall American Dream in East Rutherford, New Jersey, and it is all Oreo themed. I mean, of course, you can just buy Oreos and milk, but they have waffles made of Oreos.
I would love this.
Wow.
A cheesecake layered with Oreo cookie mousse, and there's, you can order almost anything that involves
Oreo it. That's what you say when
you. Ice cream with Oreo pieces, gummy bears, Pralon pecans.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. The Oreo cake. The Oreo donut sandwich. Oh, Gina, this is for you.
What?
The Oreo donut s'more sandwich.
Oh my God!
There you go. All right, that's it.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Yeah, Minnesota Vikings quarterback Kirk Cousins. I sent you this, Carrie. I don't know if we have
let
time
me
to play
get
it.
this for you. It's only 10 seconds.
He has vowed to follow the NFL's COVID-19 protocols to avoid contracting the virus or being deemed a close contact ahead of returning to practice Thursday after he was activated off the reserve COVID-19 list. Cousins and quarterback Nate Stanley were subjected to the league's COVID-19 protocols as of Saturday, and he was not happy about it.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'm going to do everything I can to not get COVID, except the one really good thing you can do to not get COVID,
Get the
and that's get
vaccination.
the vaccination.
Should I play this?
So I'm going to be vigilant about avoiding a close contact. I've even thought about, should I just set up literally plexiglass around where I sit so that this could never happen again? I thought about it because I'm going to do whatever it takes.
Except get the vaccine.
Now, hasn't the NFL said you have to?
No.
Not yet.
It's team by team,
Mm-hmm.
but many teams are saying, yes, you have to get it. And the thinking is the ones that aren't are going to get into trouble as we get into the season. And if you have to go play at a stadium where they have different rules than you have, and you can't just go get the vaccine, you have to get it and then wait for 2 weeks and get the second. It's a month-long process. It's not something that just can be done quickly. So just make it mandatory everywhere, please. Weather, so right now is as warm as it's going to get today, 84 for a high, and smoky today, tomorrow. Saturday night, looks like it'll clear up the smoke a little bit, and Sunday, Monday look a little bit nicer and a little bit warmer. Highs in the mid to upper 80s this weekend. We'll be back up into the 90s by early part of next week. Traffic, let me refresh this, give you the most up-to-date information I can. We've got a crash westbound 90th South, 8th West in Sandy. All lanes are closed at 7th West. Use an alternate route to get around that. We've got a crash southbound I-215 West at 7th North. The right lane is blocked there. And a vehicle on fire southbound I-15. This is SR-143 in Far West. The right shoulder being affected there. Thank you, friends of the program, sending in that southbound 215 7th North right lane closed. They sent that in via text at 33986. For a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or diagnostic service for only $39. With Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air, call 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. He keeps peeing on my lawn. A lot of people, they take great pride in their lawns to the point where they'll even scream at any dog who slows down to sniff the grass.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it could be rightfully argued that dogs mean no harm when they make the yellow patches, but humans should know better. Most humans. Police in London, Ontario, are seeking the public's assistance with a dangerous operation causing bodily harm investigation after a 38-year-old man hit one of his neighbors with his car. Authorities allege that the man got into his car and purposely struck the victim because the man was peeing on his lawn.
Jeez.
On Friday, London police were called to the address.
You can understand the anger.
Police.
Well, is that the only thing that you can do?
In this case, both of these people are boner candidates.
Yeah.
The man was peeing on his lawn. He said his neighbor was urinating on his front lawn. The homeowner responded by getting into his vehicle and purposely running into the guy with his car. Boner candidate number 3, he keeps peeing on my lawn.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, the mayor will call in the Ghostbusters. A mayor of a town in Colombia sharing shocking video of a ghost attacking a guard, and the mayor is convinced that it is a real ghost, and he is calling in Ghostbusters. Boner candidate number 2, it's a respected wrestling move in Kazakhstan. Biting your opponent. Huge bite marks on this guy's bicep, but he won the match anyway, even though his opponent was biting him. And boner candidate number 3, he keeps peeing on my lawn.
All right, it is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of the winners and put them against each other, and you'll decide boner of the day with your vote at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide. All right? That's when boner fight happens. So right now you got to pick one of these 3 to send forward from this round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting August 6, 2021, and vote there. You have only 4 minutes to do it, so let's go. This is round 2.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well...
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
Just... Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry. But if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes
Jaundice,
start to turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah. You've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
but
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If your palm, I always say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things... This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's... No.
You're okay with... It's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Kind of liking that.
Time for us to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a piece of corn on the cob.
And it's the coldest, driest, windiest place on Earth where weird and wild creatures thrive. Antarctica transports you to the farthest. I have Oreo in my mouth. The farthest reaches of Earth reveals that what happens there affects every single one of us. Now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
These are quite good.
I like them.
The salted caramel Oreos.
I like them. Anyway, sorry.
So we had boner candidate number 1. The mayor will call the Ghostbusters. Mayor in Columbia, a little town in Columbia, convinced that they're.
I'm convinced. I saw the video.
Well, it's pretty
That's a
convincing.
ghost.
Pretty convincing that it looked like a ghost was throwing this guy around. Boner candidate number 2. It's a respected wrestling move in Kazakhstan. You know, to bite your opponent so hard that it leaves marks on him. And boner candidate number 3. He keeps peeing on my lawn. A man trying to run over his neighbor with his car because the neighbor keeps peeing on his lawn. Now, which one do you think would win?
Not number 1.
Yeah.
Not the mayor.
Yeah. I'd say the number 3.
Yeah, you'd be correct.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh.
He keeps peeing on my lawn.
Okay. I wasn't even looking. How about that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you've decided that number 3 will move forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day. Depends on how it does up against the winner of round 1's voting. We'll find out, and you'll vote at 9:20. That's when boner fight happens. All right. Dr. Angela Dunn.
Dr. Dunn, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How are you?
Hanging in there.
Oh,
yeah, well,
I think our first question, Dr. Dunn, is what the actual hell? I think that's the first question, right?
How are you hanging in there?
I want to know if you feel like I do, Dr. Dunn. I feel like I'm the crazy person on the corner holding up the sign that says the end is near, and the rest of the world is just going on like everything's fine. And I'm like, don't you see what I see?
It has been another interesting ride this past week, for sure.
Because I see you get up there and you say all the right things, all the smart things, all the educated things, and then
they do something else.
Then they,
So let's get down to the nitty gritty here. Can I ask you how serious is this? And I mean in terms of not just the state, but how serious is this in terms of humanity?
Wow.
So I'm going to assume you're talking about COVID and not
well,
the
there's
divisiveness that's among us.
Not the climate change.
And the divisiveness is bad too.
But how serious is COVID for humanity?
A doctor, yes.
I mean, for humanity in the long term, hopefully not that serious. And I think it's because we've got these great vaccines. I really think this is a short-term pain that we're feeling right now. emphasized by the divisiveness. But we will come out of this and be totally fine. But it's just how much suffering are we going to cause before that happens?
Thank you for that. That makes me feel better, actually. Now, how about schools? The legislature has said the governor doesn't have the power to mandate masking at schools. Do you have the power to mandate masking?
Yeah, so this has been quite an interesting turn in rhetoric coming from our elected officials. So officially, yes, I, as the health officer of Salt Lake County Health Department, can mandate masks, and I can do that in the school setting. Our county council can overturn it immediately by majority vote, and the legislature can do the same. And so while I do have the power to start that, so that definitely is in my wheelhouse. However, the rhetoric that's changed, which I think has been fantastic, is both from, our legislative leadership, some of our Salt Lake County council members, and also the governor, is that they're actually saying, this is a local issue, and the local health departments need to figure out what's best for their communities. And so I appreciate them emphasizing that the experts are the ones who should be figuring out how to best solve this.
And I would assume that you think you are an infectious disease specialist. This was something. This is something that's sort of exciting for you because you trained all your life for it.
I would say the excitement has worn off, but yes.
What do you think is the best policy for kids going back to school?
Kids under the age of 12 need to be in masks this fall. Without a doubt.
Yes.
Arkansas, I don't know if you guys have seen the news, but Arkansas opened up without masks, and they already have 600 to 700 kids quarantined. Unfortunately, 2 kids already passed away from COVID. I mean, it's really horrific. But that gives us, for those who want, quote unquote, the evidence, that it's there in our other states. So without a doubt, kids should be in masks.
Now you say 12 and under. So that presumes that kids 12 and older are vaccinated.
Yeah, there's that.
And you think that they can pretty safely go to school and consort with one another without masks?
So any unvaccinated individual should be wearing masks when they're in an indoor crowded setting, period. The question of whether or not we should mandate that versus versus recommend it is the question on the table. And I think the requirements need to come for those who don't even have the opportunity to get vaccinated, and then the others should be a recommendation.
I've come back to this every time I talk to you, and I think about you going to Africa. It was Africa, right, to help with the Ebola crisis that occurred there a few years ago.
Correct.
You did hands-on work. You were there, I would assume you were there helping vaccinate people or taking care of them and all of that. And now you're an administrator. Do you almost wish that you could go do some hands-on work somewhere?
Definitely throughout this pandemic, I thought, God, it would be so much better and more helpful if I was doing the contact tracing. But, I've done that. I worked when the vaccine came out, I did do the vaccination clinics. And that was so much fun and uplifting. But now, I really love the ability to be able to use my expertise to help those on the ground do good work. And so, it's fun both ways.
You have an amazing ability that county council meeting with the anti-mask people that were there to remain calm and steady and I don't know how
she's dealt with Ebola.
I know. I don't know how you're able to do that in the face of all of that
your
vitriol.
rationality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's what happens behind closed doors. There's no purpose in fueling the fire there. People are misinformed, and that's unfortunate. But the personal attacks are just nuts. I don't understand that.
That's beyond.
I'm a nice person, and I'm happy to have different views, but personal attacks are just. I think it's weak and insecurity that leads to that. So
yeah. But your advice is, and I know you have kids under 12, right? Under the age of 12.
Correct. Yeah.
Definitely, they're going to wear masks to school and.
Absolutely, they have been this whole summer. They did it all last year, and knock on wood, they've never been in contact with someone who's positive for COVID, and they were in-person learning the whole time.
It's always So and do they mind doing it? Are they because usually kids who are like they want to rebel against the authority figure in their life, but are they fine with wearing masks?
Of course, they're too young to rebel. But yeah, they're 4 and 9, and honestly, kids go along with what's normalized, and they are influenced by their parents more than we can even understand.
Exactly.
So my husband and I do it without a problem. We don't make a big deal of it, and they're totally fine.
If people want more information about how best to prepare for school, where would you suggest they go?
So coronavirus.utah.gov/education line of some best practices and layered approaches, and a lot of links to the great scientific evidence that's out there. So that's kind of a one-stop shop that I would recommend.
All right. It's always great to talk to you, and it's great to see the scientists in our midst come to the fore and be the voices of reason when it's necessary, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy to do it. Thanks for letting me listen, guys.
Thank you very much.
Crash westbound 90th South, 8th West in Sandy. All lanes are closed at 7th West. We've actually heard from several friends of the program that came upon that accident. You're going to need an alternate route through there. Looks like that's the main issue folks are seeing. If you're seeing something else, you can always text us 33986. For a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or AC diagnostic service for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right. Thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that. A reasonable amount of news. And Wayne Coyne from Flaming Lips talking about art.
Yeah, he's they're Flaming Lips performing in Ogden, and he's got an art exhibit up there as well.
We'll tell you all about it coming up. Ranlife.com.
Ranlife, the local mortgage company with whom I've had a lot of dealings with Ranlife, is what I want to say. They have refinanced my mortgage twice. And at Ranlife, when you think you want to buy a home, you're taking a journey with Ranlife. Everybody loves to shop, except when it comes to buying a house. Well, the process can be rushed and complicated and vulnerable and baffling, but Ranlife can smooth everything out and make you understand what's going on and help you make the best choices when it comes to buying a home. It's clean, it's simple, it's transparent with Ranlife, and using technology, Ranlife can securely conduct the entire transaction under one roof. So, Ranlife, I recommend them highly. It's their mission to turn everybody's dream into a new address. So call Ranlife for their help, 801-478-4500, 478-4500, or ranlife.com.
We talked briefly about this yesterday, but the subject of billboards came up, and Todd came to us and said, want to do some billboards for November. We did our zombie ones for October, for Halloween. How about something for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
And we thought, well, let's give away some turkeys.
Can we give away turkeys? We have to ask. Can we give away turkeys?
Let's give away some turkeys.
Seems like the thing to do for the season.
And Todd said, sure, we can do that. That's easy.
So can we promote that on a billboard that we're giving away turkeys?
And so I didn't speak to the graphics guy, but we have an in-house graphics guy. We have a couple of them, actually. And said, somebody conveyed to him, look, they're giving away turkeys or free turkeys.
Well, he claims that he was not communicated with.
Well, that's
correctly.
what he claims. So now the billboard.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can
see it's kind of stretched out.
It's a squished version, yeah. For some reason he chose to put our heads on cooked turkey bodies.
And then it just says turkeys.
And it says turkeys. Now, And then
I think
it says Radio from Hell Mornings X96.
I
Turkey's exclamation
Turkeys.
point.
Yeah, I think this is Tracy giving us the big middle finger.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think people are going to see this and go, I think Radio from Hell's giving away free turkey. I think what it's doing, it's calling us
turkeys. That's obviously what it's doing.
That's what I think is happening here.
And I, for one, am offended.
And well, you should be. And plus, your drumstick is burnt.
Yeah,
Look at it.
Look at that. You're over.
No one will eat that.
I have kind of a nice tan.
Yeah,
but
I'm a little overcooked.
I look like I've been in the tanning booth.
But I think, okay, so, look, I'm willing. Look, my gut says he did it on purpose because for some reason he doesn't like us.
He did.
But I'm willing to give him a second chance to fix it. Unfortunately, he's about a week and a half behind on his art. So
how long does it take to?
He's got other assignments. He's got the soccer team.
How are people going to know we're giving away free turkeys?
Well, we'll give one away, tomorrow, Katie? We'll probably give one away tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll give away a turkey. It better be a Norbest.
We are trying to focus on Thanksgiving because we feel like it gets neglected every year and just rushed right through the season to Christmas. I found this Thanksgiving traditions that have been mostly forgotten, so we need to bring...
Traditions that have been mostly forgotten. Okay.
Thanksgiving greeting cards.
I know Cabin Fever has a bunch of those.
Yeah, so Christmas cards, everybody knows that, Valentine's cards. But back in the 1800s, people used to give each other Thanksgiving greetings. And this is what Dave says at Cabin Fever. This is the perfect time of year to send somebody a note saying why you're thankful for them.
Yeah.
My family still does that one.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, so I could send somebody a note saying, I will be very thankful if you would invite me over for Thanksgiving dinner.
I guess you could do that.
I mean, you can.
I mean, please invite me for Thanksgiving dinner. I would be very thankful.
Playing football before dinner, like the Kennedys do.
Oh, touch football, yeah.
Yeah, touch football in the yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to do that for Thanksgiving.
Place cards on your
Names,
dining room table.
where you have your name on it. And there'd be little turkeys or something like that.
That was only at like weddings.
No, you do Thanksgiving.
No, Thanksgiving. Well, it's because you never have anybody over.
And
exactly.
And especially these days, those are important because maybe you don't want Grandpa Trumpy to be sitting next to.
Try to avoid.
Maybe that's for really big families.
Well,
I have a super small family.
We do that, and now there are 3 of us at home, but we do that every night anyway.
Oh, it's a good idea.
Because I don't ever remember where I'm supposed to sit.
Oh boy.
Using your grandma's old recipes.
Oh, yes.
That's
Actually, I use Gordon Ramsay's
My
recipe
grandma
now,
was a terrible cook.
Oh, so you don't want that?
No.
Oh.
And at dinner.
I use her recipe for putting that cheese in the celery. That's what I use her recipe.
At dinner, actually going around the table and saying what you're thankful for.
We do that, and my mom cries every single time.
Why would you do that on Thanksgiving?
That's because that's what it's all about.
Oh, it's right there in the name, isn't
Thanks.
it?
Giving.
Breaking the wishbone.
I remember that.
Oh yeah, no, I fight over that every year.
Every year it was my grandfather who broke wind.
So the wishbone from the turkey, you're supposed to break it, and whoever gets the bigger piece, they're supposed to have.
Make a wish.
You kind of have to save it because it doesn't.
Well, it does have to dry.
It has to dry out. So.
Yeah, otherwise it's never going to break for you.
Yeah. Using the good china and the good so what are some of the things your family does, Katie?
We do it buffet style. I don't know about other people, but we do solid buffet style. So we set everything out, and then we just go through the kitchen, then go to sit in the dining room.
That makes a lot more sense than trying to pass it around, doesn't it?
I think the only thing we really pass are the rolls, and that's because everybody eats multiple rolls. We have butt rolls every single year.
What?
Yeah. So.
Okay, great.
So we make our own rolls, but you know how frozen rolls come in just like little balls of dough.
Yeah.
So we put 2 of them in a pie, like a
muffin tin.
Muffin tin, yeah. So we put 2 in one tin, and when they expand and they cook, they become butt rolls, and you can pull them in half perfectly.
This is what you call them on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we call them butt
rolls.
rolls.
I'm gonna butter my butt roll.
We used to use a traditional family recipe for the turkey, and then Gordon Ramsay's recipe came out, and it has the best gravy I've ever had in my entire life. So we use that from now on.
It's donkey gravy.
It's amazing gravy that you put like lemons, onions, and things inside of the turkey and let it cook. And then you pull all those out. You cut off the wings and stuff, and you let it boil in cider beer, something, and broth. and then you mash all of.
You've got to get just the right amount of something, though.
Yeah, I know. You mash all of that up, and you reduce it down, and it makes the most flavorful gravy
Sounds
I've
good.
ever had in my life. I can bring some into you guys after Thanksgiving if you want to
here's
try it.
Bring me a cup of gravy.
Anytime. It's
I'd
actually,
love a cup of gravy.
I know you would, Bill.
Now here's a text. Back in the 1800s, we used chamber pots. Are we going to bring them back?
Well,
Boy,
no.
well, that's a weird Thanksgiving tradition you got there, dude.
What did they use chamber
That's
pots
weird.
for?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want to know.
What's
don't either.
What's the one thing that you have at Thanksgiving dinner that you never eat? That you go, why are we having? We have this because it's tradition, and you don't.
And
eat
nobody
it.
touches it?
Well, no, but just you personally.
Cranberries.
Oh.
You don't
No,
like
I
cranberries?
I mean, I like them. You asked something that we don't eat during the year, but
No,
we
that's
have.
not what I meant. I mean,
What
at,
did you mean?
at Thanksgiving dinner.
That's
you
prepared.
put it out. You put it out, and nobody will.
And nobody,
or,
Cranberry
nobody
sauce.
eats.
or you won't eat it.
That
Oh,
would be
okay.
me. Cranberry sauce. I don't like it.
I can't think of it. Pumpkin pie.
You
Yeah, I
pretty
don't
much
care
don't
for
care.
the pumpkin
I don't
pie.
waste my time with pumpkin pie.
It has to be the homemade pumpkin pie from my family with actual, like, real pumpkin.
Well, I insist on having Brussels sprouts, but I know that some people don't eat them.
We have them all year.
Yeah, you don't have to wait.
Well, no, but you got to have them on Thanksgiving.
You gotta.
Got it.
Okay. Because not on this day.
Not on this day.
But we heard from friends of the program who are sad that the Dirty Heads show is not happening tonight. It is happening. They've just rescheduled it.
Moved.
For September 1st. So Dirty Heads and Sublime with Rome at the Strong Volkswagen of Salt Lake Sandy concert series at Rio Tinto Stadium.
But not tonight.
Not tonight.
I got a. I wish I won't be able to find it. I got an email from a woman about the boat. So I yesterday we talked about this woman Nurse Kelly, who had lived for 22 years, believing that she was a boner winner.
Yes.
And she wasn't. And I cleared that all up for her, and she was so happy. And she sent me a message. She heard the little segment we did and said, "It just made me so happy to hear that." And I wish you had another eye, Bill, so that I could take care of you again in the hospital. If you could have a third cataract surgery. But I mentioned a boner candidate that I thought I remembered that had to do with a law enforcement officer that was the boner candidate. And I got this email that said, I think what Bill was remembering was an incident involving my aunt. Years and years ago, I sent Bill a boner candidate that involved the police serving a no-knock warrant. They went in fully armed in their SWAT gear. The problem was they were at the wrong house.
Oh.
Instead of busting a drug house, they found my 80-something-year-old aunt in her nightgown and house coat. I remember putting in the email a comment said that the only thing my aunt ever dealt was cookies. Weeks later, you had the police chief on for something unrelated, but the topic of him and his department being the boner came up. And he said, I think this was Chief, it must have been Burbank, must have been Chris Burbank. He said that, yes, he went in person. Yeah, it was Chris Burbank, I remember now. He went in person to apologize to the aunt, to the woman,
Really?
And said, I'm so sorry we did this, but we had the wrong
How
house
scary
and
would
all
that be?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And he said, my aunt did in fact give him cookies during his visit. During your interview with the chief, you did kind of pardon him, and I admit I felt mildly irked by that, but time heals all wounds, and I'm over it. Anyhow, that was probably a useless trip down memory lane, but I went there anyway. But I do remember that now. When Chris Burbank was in our studio, and I said, so let's talk about this. Talk about when your men busted into this lady's house. That was not good. And I always liked Chris Burbank. He was straight ahead.
Oh, yeah, Chris.
Although Chief Brown here, anytime I've ever dealt with him, the Salt Lake Police Chief has always been forthright and willing to talk about stuff.
If you'd like to relitigate your boner of the day,
oh yeah,
please contact us.
Yeah, please, if you were ever nominated or won.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, just radio from hell at x96.com.
Or we can absolve you.
Well,
perhaps you did something a long time ago and you've gone on to lead a good and virtuous life.
For example, Alan, who is our napalm boner.
Oh yeah.
He says we need a reformed boner support group.
There we go. Alan was a bad kid.
But then he went on to be a rocket scientist.
Yeah.
So he channeled his love of blowing things up.
And he owes it all to us.
I think so.
Yes.
The next time you shoot a rocket, Alan, now, and I mean a real rocket.
Yeah.
Next time you shoot a rocket, think of us, Alan, please. Anyway, thanks, Linda, for sending that email and reminding us of that. And and somebody in your family a boner candidate sometime?
Maybe, a reformed boner support
your
group.
boss, maybe.
If you want to relitigate your boner, let's do that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Right?
Okay.
Send it
We'll
to us.
expunge your record.
Yeah.
We can do all of those things.
Send it to us, radiofromhell at x96.com. We'll listen to your argument.
Yeah. Sure. If we think you're still a boner, we'll let you know. But.
Exactly. Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Also, this is a text here. I love the program. I don't agree with you on everything. But as a nurse practitioner, I commend you for promoting vaccines and masks. Keep it up.
Good.
Okay, this is great.
Thank you.
This
What
is
do you
great.
mean you don't agree with us on everything?
But if you don't agree with us on everything, hate mail at x96.com. Send that to us.
Have we? I don't know if we've gotten any. Have we?
I don't know.
No.
Hey.
Maybe I'm surprised. I thought people hated us for several
Let
things.
me look this up because Doug sent me some
a hate
jingles.
mail jingle?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he was
that
working
makes
on
it official if we have a jingle.
That means you have to send us hate mail, even if you have to make it up.
Hate mail at x96.com.
You know, for some reason I can't find it. He sent me some of those, and I can't find them. I must have accidentally deleted them. But
How dare you?
He sent some hate mail jingles.
I'm going to send you some hate mail for losing that.
So hate mail at x96.com. Here's our pyro Alan, our rocket scientist Alan. We have static motor tests coming up. I'll see if I can sneak a Radio from Hell sticker into the video. Yay.
That would be good.
I like that. Thank you, Alan. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got Boner Fight. We got a reasonable amount of news. And we got Wayne Coyne from Flaming Lips calling in to talk about art. I know, right. Coming up. Stand by. Concert. X96.com/live is where you can see it. Okay, so I found the hate mail. Jingles that Doug put together for us. So
All right.
here's the first one. Here we go.
You have hate mail.
And then read the hate mail.
Okay.
Okay, so there's one.
Sure.
So here's the other one. Here we go.
Hate mail. We all love to get hate mail. Hate mail.
It's hate mail with Radio from Hell.
That was
you.
me.
You were singing.
He lifted your voice off of the podcast when we were talking about getting a jingle.
I like this music.
Yeah.
Well, either one of those would work, I guess.
I think so. All right. Now we just need some hate mail.
Just send us hate mail.
Hate mail at x96.com.
And maybe the haters have stopped listening.
Could
So
be.
if you know someone who hates us so much that they've stopped listening, say, this is your opportunity to let them know.
Yeah,
It's
bring
your
them
chance.
back.
All right. Let's see. We've got Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Park City's annual Savor the Cocktail contest runs now through August 31st. Enjoy original cocktails from participating bars and restaurants. Then vote for your favorites. You must be at least 21 to participate. Find details at parkcityrestaurants.com.
The Rolling Stones have shown their support for their drummer, Charlie Watts, after he pulled out of their upcoming U.S. tour to rest and recuperate following a medical procedure.
They still haven't said what it is.
No, not really. He's 80 years old, Charlie.
What sort of surgeries do 80-year-old men have?
Broken hip.
Almost anything.
Yeah.
Almost anything. There are any number of things that can go wrong. The legendary band are set to embark on their rescheduled No Filter tour in September, with live dates in the U.S. running through to November. A statement shared by the band this morning confirmed that Charlie is unlikely to be available for the tour, with a spokesperson adding, Charlie has had a procedure which was completely successful, but I gather that his doctors this week concluded that he now needs proper rest and recuperation. Watts will be replaced on the tour by Steve Jordan. Charlie Watts said, for once my timing has been a little bit off.
Haha, because he's a drummer.
See, I'm working hard to get fully fit, but today I accepted the advice of my surgeons that it'll take a little.
You're 80. You couldn't be done, Charlie.
You
You don't
can't.
have to tour anymore.
He's got plenty of dough. Jagger said the band's looking really lot forward to Charlie coming back, and also looking forward to being out on tour. And the only conclusion I think you can, people say, why do they keep doing this? Why? I think the only conclusion that can be drawn from that is they just love doing it.
That's the only reason to do it. They certainly don't need the money.
Mick Jagger just can't resist. Keith Richards cannot resist standing there on stage and playing his guitar, and which I understand that. I get that. Dr. Anthony Fauci says he's worried about a variant that's even worse than the Delta variant of the coronavirus.
Me too.
He says, quite frankly, we're lucky that the vaccines that we have right now do very well against the variant, particularly against severe illness. But if another one comes along that has an equally high capability of transmitting, but also that's much more severe, we could be in really big trouble. People who are not getting vaccinated mistakenly think it's only about them, but it isn't. It's about everybody else, he said. And other variants are already cropping up. On Tuesday, South Korea announced that it had detected 2 cases of the Delta Plus variant. And one was in a man who had recently returned from the United States. Some experts believe the Delta Plus variant could be more contagious than the Delta variant, but it is also confirmed that it will get your teeth whiter than white.
The fear,
the Lambda variant.
The fear is, so right now the vaccines we have work really well against the Delta variant. The fear is that if we don't tamp this down and it keeps mutating, it will mutate into something that doesn't work with the vaccine.
Well, Lambda actually cropped up a while ago in Peru. It has been detected in the U.S., and studies indicate that the Lambda variant could be more resistant to the COVID-19 vaccines than any of them. So,
exactly.
there you go. Let's see. Survey gives top 5 reasons people in Utah don't get COVID-19 vaccines. 26% say they're worried about side effects. 19% said shots would take time away from work, tying with other reasons. 13% said that they would wait and see, and 11% said they've not made time for vaccinations. Number 5, nearly 8% said, well, I'm just not worried about it. Not worried about it.
Carrie's made a good point more than once. You go to the grocery store.
Yeah.
You go to the pharmacy.
Yeah.
It's there. It's maybe you wait 5-10 minutes to get the shot, and then they have you hang out for
15 minutes.
15 minutes, and then you leave.
That's it. You know, you can get the shot and then say, listen, I'll be back. I just got to go get some groceries.
Yeah.
You know.
After hearing from thousands of Utahns in the uproar over critical race theory, the state's Board of Education decided to move forward without any amendments in implementing rules that it has developed for what educators can and can't say about racism in the classroom.
No,
so,
that's
no,
good.
no,
No.
Oh, no, that's the good one?
Yeah.
So so Natalie Klein was out in the
hers
cold.
was okay.
She was
all right.
put out in the cold.
Her 100 things you can't say in schools. Is not,
good.
That's not
Okay.
part of it.
That got frozen out. She was the only person on the board who voted against the current recommendation.
So they're banning things that weren't taught in the schools anyway.
A stolen vehicle was found in Pineview Reservoir.
It's not deep enough to hide vehicles anymore. is it?
So this car, people said, that's a car right there, upside down, and they hauled it out of the reservoir, and it was a vehicle that was stolen in 2017 and probably had been in the lake since then. It was a Mini Cooper, Carrie.
Oh, really?
IKEA is releasing a candle, this is so wrong, that smells like meatballs. Meatballs. First of all, bald meat is ridiculous. And then to make a candle that smells like bald meat is beyond the pale.
I think they're out to get you, Bill. That's what I think.
Gina, I've signed you up for a guided spider walk at Antelope Island.
Well, wonderful.
It's Spider Fest going on right now out on Antelope Island, and tomorrow I've signed you up for the early walk, the guided spider walk with Nikayla. It's at 9 a.m. It's an hour-long walk. You will be walking around, finding all kinds of wonderful spiders.
Nope.
Okay, would you rather go with Katie a little later in the day?
It's not the person.
How about Hannah?
It's
go on a spider walk. It's the annual Spider Fest at Antelope Island, where there are guided spider walks, all kinds of spider-related tchotchkes you can buy. It'll be very exciting for you, Gina. So they're expecting you, okay?
No, thank you.
Don't turn them down. You made a reservation. You've
I
taken a
didn't.
spot from somebody.
Bill did it. I didn't do it.
They don't know that.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1, back in the 7 o'clock hour, which was get your off-a-cal card before it's too late. Trump supporters are being urged to buy these misspelled membership cards with an image on them resembling a Nazi logo. My favorite part of the whole story is when the company that designed them took them to Trump, and there were sort of little different designs, and they said, which one would you like us to use, boss? And he looked at them, he said, oh, they're all beautiful. I can't decide. We let the people decide. So apparently you could vote on which one, and then you'll have your official, off-a-call.
Off-a-call. It's a card that proves your loyalty to Donald Trump, and it costs you money.
It's papers. It's your papers.
So if anybody asks, are you for us or against us? You can say you're for him. That's going up against number 2. He keeps peeing on my lawn. A man tried to run over his neighbor with his car because he says he keeps peeing on my front lawn, and so he ran over him with his car.
All right. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one should be boner of the day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. Use your voice to vote at 877-602-9696. That's one way to vote. Or another, you just look online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, August 6, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away, so refresh your internet browser, and it'll appear, because we just put it up there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, like less than 300 seconds, so let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
By Chainsaw Guy, because he's right out. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said, I'm right at. He said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind, if I bring him in for a minute, just he wanted to say hi.
Well, okay. Is it safe? I mean,
can I see him? Where is he?
All right. Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There, I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know, people have been calling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I said, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know, do I? I'm not sure if I do or
Because I have
not.
a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, pretty simple. All you do is you do it first, and you take your away. And then you take a higher clothes, and then you wear the cover. And then when you hit the breeze, and you put it around the water, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get in them, and then you grab it down, and you get back out there, and you say, and then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm just curious because, I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses me.
There's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. And Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating. And then they had to walk that back because they realized
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because you see, Gina, before they were saying we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating. But now they had to walk that back. They had to walk that back a little.
Let's award Boner of the Day, and then we'll talk to Wayne Coyne from Flaming Lips.
Yes, and Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by Tofu.
And Park City's annual Savor the Cocktail contest runs now through August 31st. Enjoy original cocktails from participating bars and restaurants, then vote for your favorites. You must be at least 21 to participate. Find details at parkcityrestaurants.com.
Boner candidate number one was get your off-a-call card before it's too late. This Donald Trump loyalty card. Jeez. They want you to buy it. The word official is misspelled on the card, and it is almost certainly a direct ripoff of a Nazi emblem.
Eagle.
The
Iron Eagle.
The Iron Eagle. And Donald Trump thinks it's beautiful, and oh man, and that goes against number two. He keeps peeing on my lawn. Guy in Canada upset with his neighbor for peeing on his lawn, so he got his car and ran over him.
Because that's the only thing you could do.
Of course.
Yeah.
But the winner was Boner candidate number one. Get your official card before it's too late.
All right, that's the Boner of the Day for today. It now might be Boner of the Week. Dave Mattson will be here in the next break to just tell us who Boner of the Week is. But right now, let's go to the phone. Wayne Coyne is on the phone.
Flaming Lips, Wayne Coyne, Oklahoma City's own Flaming Lips. Good morning, Mr. Coyne. How are you?
I've been on your phone line listening to you for a little bit. I was just being entertained.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
I love it. Now you guys have made the misspelling of official sound like it's a real word.
Official.
Yeah.
Because it is awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it makes it seem like that means something else, and so I was only aware of that just late last night when I saw the news.
Yeah. Mr. Coyne, Wayne, if I might, tell us please about the King's Mouth. Now, I know this was a record that you guys did, a few years ago, a couple of years ago, called the King's Mouth.
It's an art installation that we started, I think now about 6 or 7 years ago at our gallery. As you mentioned, we live in Oklahoma City, and we had a big kind of crazy gallery there, and we'd have, Andy Warhol type elaborate crazy parties, and this would just be another crazy thing that you could do when you came to our Flaming Lips parties there, But eventually, some curators from art museums around America sort of made their way to our parties and stuff, and they sort of urged me to make a version of it that, could travel around America. And so it took us about a year to come up with that. And so, it started as just a crazy, fun thing to do at our parties, and now it's sort of spawned into this kind of, it's not serious. I want people to remember that it is a fun endeavor. A lot of times, when you talk about art and art museums, I think people get a little too You know, it's hushed, like, oh, this is something serious. You know, it's crazy and it's fun. It involves a lot of Flaming Lips music. It involves a lot of things that, you know, if you've seen the Flaming Lips play, you might be familiar with, you know, some of the things that the light show and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it's an overused word nowadays for a lot of art installations and stuff. But it is exactly an immersive experience. I mean, you go into this king's mouth and you lay on this crazy rubber tongue that we've devised in there. I mean, because you're in a mouth, of course you would be laying on a tongue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's an actual mouth.
All right.
So it's like, and it's hard to have a video of it. It's hard to describe it because it really is kind of an experience. And I know it sounds like it's video and music and sound effects and stuff, but when you're in there, it really is kind of a transformative experience.
Well,
you're inside the king's mouth with like 6 or 7 people, and maybe less during COVID times. You know, if you're in there with people that you know and trust, you know, that's different.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a fun night out.
I'm going to come up and actually this afternoon and.
You are. I heard you're coming to the brunch, so I think you'll love it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to come and see that and be a part of that, and then hopefully I'll be able to describe it on Monday on the show here. Now, and then you guys are the Flaming Lips is playing tonight in Ogden, right?
No, I mean this is opening tonight, and I think we're playing on the 20th. I think.
Oh,
yes.
the 20th.
So we'll be here while this installation is still going on. So,
I see.
Great.
Yeah, in a sense, we're taking over this whole little part of the street here. Yeah.
So the installation is staying up for a while there in Ogden.
It is. I think it's through September 18th or 19th. So you know, it gives you a little while to come back, even if you see it at the opening, to come back with some of your friends and experience it with a less intense crowd going on. But yeah, it really is amazing. We've had a great response with people walking down the street and seeing us make it in here all week. So and we love Ogden. I mean, we've already played here. We would have been 3 years in a row, but of course last year was the COVID year, so nothing happened. So it's really kind of 4 years in a row that we're here. So yeah, it's good times.
Well, I'm an Ogden boy, born and raised in Ogden, so I'm excited to come. Now, are you here in town right now, or are you in Oklahoma?
I am speaking to you from the Ogden Contemporary Art Space as we speak, and we're still doing work on it. It's going to be ready. I don't know if it's going to be ready for you when you get here for the brunch, but it's almost ready. And we'll still be doing little touches up until you know the doors open. So yeah.
So if people are interested in seeing this thing, they should contact the Ogden Contemporary Arts Center. And let me see there is it's ogdencontemporaryarts.org.
There you go. And there's still some tickets left for tonight, and I think people will really love it. I'm doing like giant spin arts in the open area back there, and they're allowing about 35 people in at a time. But I have to tell you, it's a big gallery. You know, so it's lots of space for people. I don't want people to be worried about being too closed up with people who, you know, they're worried about the coronavirus and stuff. So, yeah, I think the curators and the organizers here have really made a lot of effort for it to be.
That's great.
It's wonderful. It looks cool. It sounds cool. It's just an amazing room, and I think it's going to feel safe for everybody.
I'm so familiar with that building, by the way, because years ago there was a Tampico restaurant there, but also my ex-wife worked there for many years in a Hertz rent-a-car business, and so part of that whole space is a big old garage, right? Essentially, it's an old.
Oh, is that where
right.
it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It used to be. I mean, I only know that because I've toured around here and was wondering the same thing of like, what is this place? You're exactly right.
Yeah, it was.
So some people may not recognize it if you've lived here long enough, but it's an amazing spot. I was very impressed.
Yeah, I haven't been in there since I would go there to pick up my ex-wife for lunch or whatever. So I'm excited to see the building again. But it'll be a nice. I hope to meet you when I come up. I assume I will. And Flaming Lips. Can I ask you one question about Flaming Lips?
There you go.
you guys had one hit song on the radio, and yet it's She Don't Use Jelly. Which was that a surprise, by the way, to you that it was that was a hit
Well,
song?
yeah. I mean, I think anytime you have, we're kind of a self-appointed weirdo group. I mean, we really are just making music that we like. I mean, we really wouldn't have any idea what would be a hit and what would be a marketable product.
Yeah, that's not why you were doing it.
It's so, yeah, and, I mean, that was a long time ago. So that was 1993, 1994, 1995, So I think it took us a while to kind of get used to people, normal people anyway, knowing our music and stuff like that. But we've gotten quite used to it. And nowadays, I think the way that the internet works and everything, people can really know your music kind of everywhere without it having to be on something like an MTV or even popular radio shows.
And here at X96, we've been playing Don't You Realize and Yoshimi and Race for the Prize. And, so we've been playing quite a bit of it. Fight Test.
Yeah, and I forget that there was a time where, if you didn't get played on the radio, it was hard for people to know who you were. But, for better or for worse, that thing doesn't really exist so much anymore, But yeah, and thank you for playing those songs. Those are kind of our great songs. Yeah, so thank you.
I just watched a documentary about Frank Zappa that Alex Winter put together, and somebody said in that Frank Zappa never had any idea what a hit song was. That was never his intent. It was never his intent to have a hit song at any time, and he just did music because he liked doing the music, and I get the same sense from Flaming Lips.
And I think, I mean, even for people that have a lot of hits, I think they're still doing the same thing. They're just happening to be doing something that is more, more mainstream or whatever. But I think Frank Zappa's biggest hit was with his
Valley
daughter. Moon Unit, Valley Girl.
Yeah, that was a hit.
A novelty record.
Which is still a lot of fun. I can see where Frank may have been a little aggravated by it, but it's like, I still love the song.
Oh, yeah. All right. Wayne, pleasure to talk to you. It's the King's Mouth, the art installation, OgdenContemporaryArts.org. You can try and find some tickets there, and I look forward to seeing you later today.
Well, thank you for having me on, and your show is great. I've been hearing our songs in the background, all that. So thank you for having me. And I like that you're not an over caffeined morning show. You seem kind of
a lot of consultants in our management would wish it were different, but to hell with them. We just do what we do.
The caffeine is wearing off by 10 o'clock, so maybe I caught you at a good
time.
No,
it's never.
This is the show. This is the show, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne. Nice to talk to you. See you later.
Talk to you later. All right. We'll crawl towards the exits after the exits.
Hey there, you road tripping
How about 7 of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think Luft is, airborne.
Is fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne.
Okay, all right. What about List? Is there a
German
for list? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is Die List.
Der List. Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number 1, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something to do outside.
Yeah, people want activity. They want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number 2, you've already got one of these, Gina. So you don't. RVs, recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Terry, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah, I thought he already was going to say. I thought he already
had
a
couple.
One.
I've been, no, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes.
People are
She
buying
was on the
yeast.
hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when the COVID scramble, as I call it. Everybody was hoarding stuff, and but now we realize that the supply chains are fine, and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
Mm-hmm.
You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well,
yeah.
Bill got one too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
You're pooping in the hall?
Yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I needed
that.
new sweatpants.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so
And
I needed some more.
Scented candles.
No scented candles.
Which I would
Really?
I would, yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in,
Yeah.
you're
Well,
not the
try
only one.
cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
Cover it up with.
Open a damn window or two. You don't. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's
that
not
people
weird.
are buying up.
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
It's not the way I play.
That whole thing is wonderful.
Yep.
Who is that?
That's Alfredo Rivera. He's one of the flight attendants on that flight.
Now, wait a minute.
Where they duct taped the guy.
Yeah.
That was not.
No.
That was real.
That was not a comedian or a.
That was him.
That's a real guy.
I'll
That
be
was
damned.
him. That was him.
That's really good.
Yeah.
He should be he should be in comedy.
Yes.
He makes good sound effects with duct tape. He just did that on the fly.
That's really.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now before we get to Boner of the Week,
Oh my
it's
God.
like end times, okay?
Somebody texted, actually a couple of people texted in, the smoke is coming your way downtown. It'll be there in a few minutes. And I thought that's kind of a weird
Somebody
thing to
says,
say.
I'm out at the airport. The smoke had just hit us.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming your way.
And it was like it
Yeah.
came like a storm.
And then they followed up as well. I can't see downtown anymore. Has it hit you guys?
Yep.
And then here's another text. Good morning. What's happening? Why is West Valley completely covered in smoke?
It's
yeah.
apocalyptic. Not to use that term about everything these days.
Yeah.
but-
Well, you don't have to use it about everything because it's just one thing, which is everything.
Yeah. I mean, I can't see the mountains out west anymore.
And
It's
I
that
can
thick.
I can taste it in here.
Yeah.
I can smell it.
We can smell it here in the studio.
So I know I don't have COVID. So that's a good thing.
Oh, and here's Amy Donaldson. Went out for a walk with my dogs under blue skies, and midway through, thick smoke rolled in. Wow.
It's getting I can't see the tree over. Oh, maybe this is my cataract.
No, you have that fixed.
Jeez.
And this is smoke from where again?
Well, California,
California.
or
Yeah.
I think California directly.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
Okay. Well, let's boner of the week quickly then. All right, we got lost in the end of the world.
before it's over.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, the flower guy, is here. Hi, David.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine.
How about the smoke? You excited about that?
No.
No.
Wear your mask out there.
Yeah.
Might help.
All right, Dave. Dave is here. He's the guy you see around town. He's mows people's lawns. He's got flowers for sale. So, Dave, you ready to select boner of the week?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Monday, the winner was self-defense. A Washington man shot his refrigerator after
Forgot about that.
Apparently a can of soda exploded, and he thought it was somebody shooting at him from the basement, but he doesn't have a basement.
Doesn't have a basement.
No.
No.
Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. I didn't want to mow my lawn. That's why I set it on fire and nearly burned my house down. That's a guy in Vancouver. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. Blue Lives Matter. Okay, now I wasn't here on Wednesday. It says an officer who said he was beaten at the Capitol riot was accused of being an actor.
Yeah, that Officer Fanoni, the passing around on right-wing social media that he was holding a Confederate flag and
Yeah.
he was one of the ones that stormed. It was not him. It
Because
was-
a lot of the people that stormed the Capitol look like Officer Fanoni. They all have the neck tattoos and the beards and.
Number 4 from yesterday. Careful what you say, teachers. Careful. That nut job on the State Board of Education, Natalie Coyne, trying to introduce legislation to, an amendment to make sure that teachers can't say words like empathy. Really? And boner candidate winner from today, get your official card before it's too late. Donald Trump's loyalty card for sale. Which one's the worst, Dave?
Number 4.
Number 4.
Natalie Coyne, the State Board of Education.
Good job. Thank you, Dave.
Stuff's getting in my throat.
It is bad.
Somebody just snoped the Alfredo Rivera clip.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not him?
It's a comedian who fooled the news.
Oh, no.
That's what I
Fooled the news.
That had to be a comedian.
Damn it. I
Well,
wanted it to be him.
Well, it's a good comedian.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, well.
Too bad.
Oh, well. It's okay. You have the end of the world to look forward to.
It's like making my eyes burn, and
I
I'm not
can't
even
see
outside.
I can't see the tree across the street now.
And apparently a lot of the smoke is coming from Montana.
Yeah, there are big fires, some big fires in Montana as well. They could be coming from anywhere. As far as I know, hell could have opened up a hole in the earth, and it could be coming from there.
Certainly.
Coming from the Hellgate, that's where it's coming from.
Enjoy your brunch today. Is Bad Brad going with you?
Yeah.
Oh, good. It'll be a nice
Say hi to
little
Brad.
couples thing for you.
Yeah,
It'll be nice.
Yeah. We're cute together.
Yeah. Well, and he's such a music fan that this has got to be really.
And he's just fun to be with.
Yeah, that too. And Festus is in, so you'll be.
I told him would it be all right if we had him on the show maybe on Tuesday?
Well, I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know.
I mean,
What?
He could have came in today.
If
I don't know.
We
if
didn't
he's
have
nice,
any room today.
if he's nice, and he pays the required fee.
That's true.
There's a fee?
Yes.
You have to buy the official Radio from Hell loyalty card.
Let's make one.
Oh, we should.
The official radio from Hell.
Yeah.
We should.
All right. All I have planned for the weekend is Suicide Squad. That's it. That's all.
Maybe I'll watch
Gonna sit and watch Suicide Squad.
But you have stuff to look forward to.
So I got something. Yeah, which is nice. I think we're all done. All our business. All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I can't breathe.
Corey is next.